Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. And I breathe fire. Your eyes so bright, the dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love, I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye, bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. Breeze fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. 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 My tribe of Frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine.
Welcome everybody to the WREC Last Chance Qualifier. We are in the lower bracket, and once again we had WREC taken to the Rift. That was yesterday. That was the upper bracket where WREC were 2-0 their way past Team Queso, and wouldn't you know it, it's another pentakill for Doom. This swap back to 80 carries, especially the Jinx, has looked incredibly good for WREC, and they are on the road already, booking their spot to Barcelona. They're looking for that showdown with Gamelord to try and turn around our finals of our open bracket that happened a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if they can bounce back. Our second series from yesterday of Viv versus Formulation was a showdown of the teams that couldn't quite make it on that finals weekend. And Viv, last week, both of these teams didn't look so great. We thought they were a step behind where we were expecting from them, and it kind of happened again for Viv. We were anticipating them coming in and winning this series. It was always going to be a close one. Viv win one game, but end up falling to Formulation in what is somewhat of an upset. Formulation managing to team fight their way through. Formulation also booking their spot in Barcelona already. We'll see whether Viv can continue their road or whether today is the end of their last chance. Let's get the WREC on the road.
Welcome to the official Riot Games Fabric EMEA Championship.
Everybody round here know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.
Welcome everybody to WREC. It is the last chance qualifiers, and last chance it is for some of our teams today. I am Stress, joined by Hell's Devil and Carmeline. So last chance qualifier, we've seen two of our Titans in the upper bracket move forward. Now we're into the stage of the tournament again where somebody's got to go home. And Carmeline, I know that later on today you will be casting Team Queso. What's your thoughts coming into some very important matches for these teams?
I'm really worried about Team Queso. I think if they show what they showed yesterday, then things won't go so well for them. But hey, I gotta get my faith on them. And for the first game of this series today, I've got a very different opinion. We'll see in the predictions, but I think I've got different beliefs when it comes to it. So we'll talk about it.
We'll get to that in a little moment's time. First of all, we want to take a look at the bracket and see exactly where we are. Today, we're focusing once again on the lower bracket. Hells, these are two really hype matchups, but going from what happened yesterday in the upper bracket, how good did WREC look?
I mean, how good did WREC look? They showed how good they just absolutely demolished Team Queso, which is, in my opinion, possibly the second best team in the lower bracket. Well, we won't know, of course, but they just absolutely destroyed them. It just feels like they're on a whole nother level. And now we're going to be playing between Viv Esports, Team Dark, and then Team Queso against KTRL, right? Like, we just have amazing games coming today. But if you're talking about WREC, I think they're on a whole nother level, Stress.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Like they look like they're really looking for that rematch against Game Lords. With today's matches, I think there's some potential for upsets. I think there are some fairly clear favorites, but at the same time, we're in that lower bracket. Anything can really happen in these best of threes. Yesterday's result is proof of that, where we expected Viv to take it, and it was Formulation that actually came through and were able to secure the victory. Carmeline, you alluded to the predictions game. You said you have a little bit of a spicy prediction, or at least a different one. What exactly are you looking forward to from today's games and your predictions?
Well, personally speaking, you can see it here, right? Team Dark. I think Viv has gone downhill sorta since their last game, so I think Team Dark can take it away from them, to be honest.
Interesting. I think, Hells, you and I are on the same page with a lot of the broadcast team, thinking Viv can pull it back. Team Queso, I think as well, despite the fact that yesterday they were up against tough competition, I think Queso with Joey and the AD carry meta coming back, I think we have quite a lot of faith in their roster, right?
I mean, the thing is, you just shouldn't compare them with WREC. It's kind of unfair. Like, it's genuinely unfair to compare them with WREC. It's just, Team Queso is really good. They're an incredible team. I just honestly feel like they're not really bringing out the powers too much from Joey, however, right? Like, from what we saw yesterday, he got absolutely destroyed in the Dragon Lane. I think there is more potential behind that player. I want to see him play those traditional ADCs. I keep saying it, like, every single week. Give Joey ADCs. Can I just hire me as a coach? I'll just put him on an ADC so we get a good show.
I think we might.
Wow, now. Okay, Hells. Okay.
I think we might have some conflict of interest if Hell starts being a coach and is on the broadcast at the same time. But here's an idea of what the teams are playing for at this point. Of course, this is all building towards our finals in Barcelona, where we have the WREC champion from Europe, the WREC Turkish champion. We've got, of course, the last chance qualifier with Formulation already there. 2 more spots from Europe up for grabs. And, of course, there's a third spot going into the play-ins with a final play-in qualifier to make sense. It'll all make a whole lot more sense when the teams are locked in and we can tell you who's going to be facing who and that kind of thing. But still, those all important spots during finals on the line. And I'm looking forward to an offline event. I'm looking forward to having the players in studio and having everything set up like that. Hells, you and I have been talking about that for a very long time. And as we continue chatting, we're going to say goodbye to Carmeline, who will be joining us a little bit later in the broadcast for our second series. You and I can jump into how important these series are, because it really is all or nothing again. We found ourselves in this situation a couple of times at the lower bracket, and we see the teams kind of have these desperation games. But when it's down to win today or your season is over, like, these are some incredibly tense moments for these teams.
Yeah, this is truly all or nothing. The games that we're looking at right now is the lower bracket. And from the 4 teams that are playing today, Viv, Dark, Queso and KTRL, only one is actually going to make it to Team Queso. And they have to win. Like, they have to win 2 games in a row. They have to win the current series and then the next series as well, which is going to be played tomorrow between the winners of today. So it's all or nothing. And it's going to be an incredibly hard road to go through, Stress.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. And there are so many talented teams that, of course, we've spoken about this from the very beginning, the number of teams that can actually go to finals. Some of our top players are going to miss out on this. Some of the players we've been building up for weeks are not going to be there in Barcelona. Two teams you've already mentioned that will be in Barcelona are WREC and Formulation. I think for WREC, it's a very expected win to get to Barcelona. I think we were anticipating them all to win finals and get there. So for WREC, I'm looking forward to seeing how a lineup like this can actually play when we do have that offline environment. And for Formulation, this is a team that nobody predicted yesterday would actually make it through. They've team fought really well over the last few weeks. I really want to see how that translates into playing in person.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, there's a big difference between playing back home. By the way, I'm saying that, but Formulation Gaming is actually on a bootcamp, if you didn't know already. But there's a difference between playing in a bootcamp or back home or in a live stage, right? Like, we saw Team Queso, they beat out WREC in the last stage, in the Origin series, I believe, where, like, it was just a complete upset. No one thought that they could pull it off, but in a live stage, it's a completely different game. So, yeah, WREC and Formulation already made it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they perform on a live stage as well and see if WREC can actually pull it off this time.
Yeah, I think that'll be a real test with WREC and their changes, how that's going to play into it. And then Formulation with their playstyle. I mean, they look great when they're playing aggressive, but when you have these high-intensity games, sometimes teams slow down a whole lot. Sometimes you get that pressure and it forces mistakes that you don't normally see. So, we've still got plenty of time before Barcelona. We still have a lot of matches still to play out this weekend. We are, of course, streaming today, tomorrow, and the next day on top of the yesterday's games that we had already. So plenty of Wild Rift on the newest patch to bring to you. But before we get into our first series, we want to check on our rosters and actually have a look at where the teams are going, because we've seen a lot from these. Carmine has seen a lot from them as well. Let's take a look at our key points of this first series of the day.
Hello there. Well, I'm back here with my key points. And the first thing we need to talk about is how much they push the limits in the case of Viv. Like, if you look at the latest series, and if you haven't been following the show, let me tell you, you're going to be impressed. It is very likely that they'll go to a third game, because that seems to be what they've been doing for the past two series of theirs. Sometimes they win the first game, sometimes they win the second one, but for sure, we're going to have such interesting games today. If Viv is in the title, it's going to be amazing. Now, the next thing that I want to talk about is it's actually about the rosters here. It's the versatility. If Viv wants to win versus Team Dark, they're going to face one of the greatest enemies, and that is unpredictability. Basically, last week, we were able to see how Team Dark were changing the roles of Mario and Yuzi, allowing Mario to play an Alistar, for example, and give Yuzi the support, more like AD carry roles. So we'll see that happens again this week. But in any case, I think that will be keeping you in for a surprise. And lastly, but not least, remember, there are no more chances. This is the last one you've got in order to make it to the next stage. If you lose today, if you lose the series, then you're done for. I think that's definitely put more safe for these two teams than ever. So keep on watching, and back to my casters, Stress and House.
So if people aren't bored of us saying last chance and all or nothing and end of the line and whatever you want to say, you will be by the end of this broadcast, because two of these teams are going home. And that's the thing, is after today, it really is kind of season done for these teams. So let's swap focus from what's on the line to exactly where this series is going. When we check out our rosters, we can take a look at Viv versus Team Dark. And I think that despite the fact that there is a lot of versatility on Team Dark side of things, I think the level Viv showed us against Gamelord with that lineup, I think should make this a pretty straightforward series. I think Team Dark generally are one step back on their preparation compared to where Viv are, but Viv have struggled in the last two series, and I think some of that's come from their top side of the map. Like, Millip has been targeted out by a lot of people, both in-game and in the draft, and I think that's made Viv look a little shakier perhaps than we were expecting.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I was just gonna talk about that. Their series against Gamelord, like, I feel like that is the true Viv Esports. Right. But it just they're not showing that Viv Esports in these recent games, right? Like against in the recent two series, they just didn't show it, and I'm expecting them to show it very soon again, with some practice to get it back again. But it may be the new patch, right? Like, it's a new patch, it's a whole new play style. And we saw Formulation Gaming was able to pick up the new patch very, very fast. But Viv Esports seemed to have quite a hard time to do it. And like they're playing worse than before stress.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think some of that comes from the shift in meta priority. Like, I think Viv looked really good when they were able to get Sharks on Gragas in the middle lane. But like, Gragas has suddenly become the most banned champion pretty much in Europe.
Yeah,
I don't have the exact stats here, but like, there are so few games now that he's available to be picked that I think that's been one big pick taken away. And then Millip getting hit by his bans as well. And the same comes from the jungle. I would kind of like to see Viv go, okay, we have Kranix, he's a good AD carry, he's been known around the scene for a while. Let's try just to completely swap up of compositions and try the kind of comp that Rix was playing, where it's just like, let's just put it all on Kranix's shoulders and just say, okay, you can carry from the Dragon Lane role and do that rather than looking for the top side of the map. Because the top side and like the split push playstyle does work, but they're getting targeted out so much that I don't know that it works for Viv right now.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, that's definitely what it is. The ADCs need to carry out, and especially when you have a player like Kranix in your team, who's known to be an incredible ADC player, you just need to put him on this ADCs. And by the way, about Sharks, Garen also got nerfed, which Sharks are incredibly good at. Right? Like, as you said, his whole champion pool is either kind of banned or picked. Because I had an interview with Don yesterday. He said it, right? Like, Sharks is gonna pick Ahri. We know it already. We're just gonna counter it. He picked Ahri, they countered it, and they won very easily. So as you said, like, they need to change up. They just need to change up their playstyle. And as you said as well, put Kranix on those ADCs.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. And I think that if I'm being totally honest about Team Dark's bot lane, the way that they swap things around works really well against the teams that they know they can beat. In their first lower bracket matchup, I can't remember whether it was Clash that was their opponent, but that was an expected win versus Team Dark. For Team Dark, I mean, whereas a team like Viv, I don't think you can get away with the whole like swapping who's playing AD carry, playing like first timing Alistair in the game. I think Viv should be too strong to hold up against that. And that for me is like where a significant advantage should be is in the bottom lane for Viv Esports. But it's all about this draft. It's all about who adapts to the patch better. And if there's one thing that Team Dark are good at, it's bringing out something that we haven't seen yet. They played the Amumu support. They played the Ashe support with Seraphine type playstyle. So Team Dark may have some things left in the bag that we haven't seen that might catch Viv by surprise. So I think it's basically anyone's game, but I think Viv should be favored here as we head into the draft. Kha'Zix's going to be the first ban away from Sync. We'll see where Team Dark put their attention.
Yeah, and then the problem that you have as Viv Esports, as you said, like Team Dark can pick whatever. So what are you going to be banning out against them? Because if you ban a certain champion, they're just going to pick something else. So yeah, we can see they're banning out Kha'Zix. They just don't want to be dealing with the Kha'Zix jungle. Karma ban, very expected. Karma is very strong. I'm not expecting a Shan ban personally. It's just Karma, because she just feels incredibly powerful in the current patch stress.
Yeah, I was hearing you all talk about Shen quite a lot yesterday about how like his matchups aren't as good as some people may have expected. So that's why he can kind of find his way through the draft if it makes sense to pick him. Lee Sin taken out, so Viv clearly think that Sync is the key factor here for Team Dark, as that Gragas is gone, not going to be there for Viv. We mentioned how Sharks likes to play it, and that certainly is first pickable, as is the Rakan, which is now gone. And now we get to see, do Viv opt into the likes of Ziggs, or do they do what we hope that they're going to do and go for the AD carries?
Yeah, and as you mentioned, as well, Team Dark banning away the Gragas, they just don't want to deal with it. Gragas is a super powerful champion in the current meta, because basically every single attack damage jungler got nerfed because of the smite change. But Gragas didn't, because he's ability power. So you can play him in the mid lane, Baron lane, Dragon lane, everywhere. You can play him everywhere. And the jungle is also, they're just banning it out because they don't want to be dealing with Viv Esports Gragas. And yeah, Viv Esports banning away Rakan, and as we expect, the Camille pick, right? Like, this is still a priority, has always really been a priority, regardless of how often she got nerfed. Camille is just an insanely powerful pick. Ooh, and an early Ziggs pick stress. And we've seen this bite teams a few times. We've seen it happen a few times, but I still feel like it's quite a strong pick for Team Dark.
Yeah, I think it at least sends a signal from bottom lane that they're going to play around strong picks still. It's not going to be something that's a little bit cheesy in game one of this series. So now Viv have to decide, do you pick up something like the Varus that allows you the lane presence that we come to expect? There's the Ahri, by the way, that you mentioned from Don's interview yesterday. Shark's still opting into that. Yeah, or do they go for something else? I like the Galio here, because not only is Galio paired well with Camille, Galio, of course, very high when it comes to magic resistance, can absorb a lot from the Ziggs. So now we get to see where the draft goes. That's a Diana picked up already.
they pick a Diana into that composition of Viv Esports. I don't like that. Because even though Diana is an incredibly strong champion, she is really bad into Galio. Because as you mentioned, Galio works very well against those types of champions. And this is an expected ban, by the way. What I was gonna say is I'm expecting a Vayne pick because Vayne is very good into Xin Zhao. Another thing to note, by the way, for the audience, Yuumi, Zed, and Master Yi are banned. This is due to some bugs with the champions. Basically, they're not allowed to pick. So if you were asking why the hell did Viv not just pick Yuumi Vayne, that's why. Lulu is still open, however. But yeah, like Viv, I feel like Viv had an opportunity to pick out the Vayne here, but it seems like they are really heavily prioritizing the Ahri, which I feel like is quite a major weakness in the draft for Viv Esports, Stress.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Now we see more AD carry bans. I wonder whether that's going to push Viv more towards the likes of... we've seen the Jinx come from Rix. We haven't seen a lot of competitive Caitlyn, but I think it's kind of demolishing solo queue quite a lot right now because generally has a safe laning phase, should be able to lane against Ziggs. Does have that weird drop-off of power that I think is strange. Like whenever I play Caitlyn, I'm like, I just do no damage for a very long time, but maybe that's just me. Alistair banned away, so going to take away some of that defensive support. Wukong likely to be top lane here with this setup. I think that's the main thing, and then we're looking for support flex here as Viv. They're going to show us the rest of their bot lane and their jungle as quite a lot of jungle picks have gone, but Jax would still be available if they wanted it.
So regardless of the Diana pick, I actually really like Team Dark's draft because they've banned away the Vayne, which is pretty much like a very good ADC against Xin Zhao. Ooh, and now Viv picks Senna. And yeah, I know Senna is good, but you have to understand that Xin Zhao works very well against those types of champions because of his ultimate. He can just block out that damage. And I was going to say about Caitlyn, even though Caitlyn makes a lot of sense against all of the champions, Caitlyn cannot do anything against Xin Zhao because of that ultimate. With her range, she cannot hit him. So I feel Viv Esports is going to pull off the Senna Galio in the Dragon lane, you know, fasting Senna. Then they have a Jax in the jungle, Ahri in the mid lane, and then Camille in the Baron lane. So Team Dark can respond to that however they like now.
That makes total sense. I'm with Darkbreaker though. Whenever I see a Senna, I'm like, in my games at least. In competitive, it makes that's Rammus.
Oh,
that's a Rammus support then.
What? Wait. Is that a serious pick or is that a mistake?
I saw Rammus being played in like an NA qualifier. Let me tell you, not a good champion. not a good champion in competitive.
Yeah.
However, I guess the understanding is you're not even against that much AD, right? It's like Jax has magic damage in his kit, Camille has true damage in his kit, Senna's half of a support and 2 mages.
I don't get it, Stress. I'm trying to put my head around it, but like as you said, Ahri as well deals true damage, deals magic damage. Camille deals true damage. What? Rammus?
I mean, it's got to be something to do with the interaction around the taunt, something like that. Like you're thinking that but I mean, you have a Camille and a Jax, you just can play away from the Rammus. I mean, maybe the theory is you can attack the side lane and defend really quickly with his movement speed.
We
but
will find out, Stress.
I think that there are champions that do it way better than Rammus. So, I mean, it is April Fool's Day. Maybe this is Team Dark giving us a curveball in game 1, but that was not the pick I was expecting to round that draft out.
It got confirmed, by the way. I was making sure, I was asking, like, is this not a mistake? They said, no, it's not a mistake. It's real. It's a Rammus pick. So it is definitely a Rammus pick. And it has to be a support Rammus, right? Like, no way it's a support Wukong. So the only thing that I can think about is Rammus using his ultimate and taunting an enemy and then following it up with the Ziggs ultimate. But can't Leona do anything better than that?
That's my thinking. Is like there are champions that bring crowd control that is more reliable and better, and there are also champions that play like globally a lot better. It is Rammus support. One thing you mentioned there is it's not going to be Wukong. One tech that I would love to see teams try is one thing PC kind of bursts open for a while is Senna Wukong lane in the bottom lane, which is really hard to deal with. Anyway, somebody can try that tech and credit Mad Lions of 2019. Anyway, Viv. Onto the Rift, now you're facing up against this Rammus, and I don't even think it works that well with Ziggs, right? Because Rammus is going to get kind of like poked down a little bit by Senna. Ziggs can't really do too much to follow up on Rammus. I really don't get this pick yet.
Yeah, and then also against the Senna, you're essentially going to be giving 3 stacks to the Senna. Because if you get close, Senna is just going to hit you. If you don't get close, you're going to be missing experience. And as you can see, Chronix and Fleur are already kind of abusing this lane. Although they're not really winning the trade. even though Team Dark already popped the honey fruit, they're not necessarily winning the lane too hard. But as you can already see, Stress, Rammus is already behind with like 200 or 100 gold if you look at it across the board between Senna, Galio, and then Ziggs and Rammus. I feel that's because of the pressure, and Sync is already looking for it.
Yeah, Sync jumping into top lane. Millip manages to flash himself away from that as Elegy dropped low as well. So first gank attempt by Team Dark gets the flash from the top lane of Viv.
Wow, that was a good one. Sync on the Xin Zhao didn't allow Millip to hook away. He just blocked the hook out. So Tyrus is playing the Jax. We've seen him play Jax as well. It's kind of a champion that suits his playstyle because we know Tyrus loves to farm, right? We know he loves to farm, and he's actually going for 2 Scuttle Crabs out here. We're going to be having a fight during this Scuttle Crab. It's going to be a banger right here.
Yeah, Tyrus is trying to come down, but he was on a wall. Kranix forced to flash out and actually gets caught. There's a big stun in return, but I think that taunt already paying dividends from the Rammus. That's one of the benefits. There is such a long cooldown or like timer on that gets the kill from the Ignite, and this Rammus is working already from Team Dark. I mean, I can't believe I'm quite saying that, but it is working out.
Okay, it's working. It's working. 201 on the Rammus, Stress. He got a kill and an assist. He taunted Kranix on the Senna, which secured them a kill. And then he ignited Tyrus, which secured them another kill. So he's doing it. He's making Rammus support works. He's proving the haters wrong. And we are the haters right there, Stress.
That's very true. So he's actually top lane looking for another gank. But you can see rolls in, gets the taunt. The follow-up, perfect charm by Sharks, actually. Otherwise, that kill would have gone over immediately to the Xin Zhao. Then the rest of the team fight followed up as Tyrus got dropped. Sorry, I don't know why I'm playing the fight again. I kind of feel like I messed it up the first time for you, but we're back into the jungle. But Tyrus, he's going to get run down by the Armadillo, and that's going to be another kill for the Rammus. He's a killing spree. He got a kill in the replay, by the way. He's 3-0.
Yeah, he got another kill. It's not only that, he got yet another kill. So he's 3-0 on 1. What's happening, Stress? This is a competitive game where 201 is playing Rammus support and absolutely hard carrying the game. I mean, you must be very confused if you're on the side of Viv Esports right now. You must be thinking, what the hell is happening? Are we really losing to a Rammus support?
Well, he's rushed his ultimate already down into the bottom lane. He's like, is he the highest level in the game? Pretty much. He's level 6 already, despite the fact that in lane he was quite heavily behind. I mean, this is kind of what we were trying to formulate. Was this like, okay, it must be based around the oh, that's tragic. Hitting that minion is This Rammus is throwing me, man.
Yeah, he just got a free kill right there. Millip thought that he could get a free kill, but he couldn't. So then he gave yet another kill over to 201, and he's going for it again.
This time, hook shots his way out of there, gets himself clear, and knows that he can get away. I mean, Viv are going to set up for this Rift Herald, but they do have to be careful, at least a little bit. Some of the ultimates are not available for Team Dark, specifically the Ziggs ult and that Rammus ultimate, but they will be able to secure that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and one mid is pushing out the bot lane turret. You know, Team Dark is just giving away the Rift Herald for free, because as you can see, they're already 2.5k gold, right? Millip is looking for something.
It's a little early, though, as now Rift Herald is going to get spawned topside. Too early to get the kill, as now Team Dark will be going for the bottom lane. One mid forced to flash away from that, as Dragon is being focused down by Sync and the rest of Team Dark in exchange for that first tower of the game.
Yeah, and very good job by Sharks defending that bot lane tower, making sure that Team Dark doesn't get the first tower. So Viv Esports was actually able to secure the first tower with Rift Herald. They're going for another tower, by the way, and Team Dark got the Dragon.
Yeah, Team Dark got that, and now they've found Floor. Floor's going to end up dropping from this, and I mean, Camille had backed away, so Millip now has to go and defend mid lane, and Viv are in trouble here, because here comes the Rammus, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 in cinema soon, and it's coming to your Wild Rift games, apparently. There's Juicy rushing his way through the top side of the map, but doesn't quite find the kill from that. In goes Senna ultimate. Kind of ambitious to keep Millip alive, and that's going to cause the end of that fight.
Very ambitious, but what's even more ambitious is the Rammus pick, but it's working out as well. And honestly, Stress, if this works out even better in the late game, I feel that I'm going to be seeing some Rammus supports in my ranked games, which I don't think are going to be able to play him as well as 201 is doing in this game, because he's just absolutely smurfing it. And I believe he has a Hunter's Titan rune, and he has the Mercury strats. So he goes for it again.
Shugs is in a lot of trouble. Ooh, it's actually going to make his way out. This has been a really well-played escape from Shugs so far. All he has to do is avoid the rest of the damage from the redemption. There's no ultimate from Ziggs. Shugs just outplayed the 1v3 really well by cutting back into the jungle.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Ari can do, and we know Sharks can do on the Ari. He just escaped very easily. But yet again, I want to talk about the Rammus stress. I'm so sorry. You're probably getting tired of it, but I just have to do it. He has the items. Oh, and Midab goes for a fight.
Yeah, he's quite tanky, though, for the Rammus' sake, because Mario getting focused down in the back line. We've already seen Senna drop from this, and that's another kill going over to Sync. It feels like the Rammus has bought enough of a lead in the early game that Team Dark are trying to take advantage of their plays from here, but Tyra's backing away. One mid does hit the Q from Diana, and somehow, despite the fact that all of that engage went onto Juicy, he's the one rolling away.
Yeah, he's the one rolling away indeed, like he's always been doing in this game. And I want to talk about Tyrus as well. He's picked the Jax, which is actually a good pick into Sync's Xin Zhao, because when Jax is able to get close to the Xin Zhao doesn't really win against Jax, because you can just ult with Jax, you can dodge Xin Zhao's first ability, and you should be able to win. So very nice pick by Tyrus, and this only gets stronger in the late game. And talking about the late game, I feel that VIF Esports has the composition to beat out Team Dark in the late game, even though Rammus is going to be very tanky. As we look into this replay, by the way, let's look at Chronix. Actually, he took massive damage from Mario, and Sync just finished him off. Meanwhile, Millip in the backline, unable to finish off Mario very easily. He did finish him off, but had to flash for it because of 201 stun. So we can clearly see the Rammus providing a lot of value. But right here, as I said, Tyrus on the Jax. An incredibly good pick into this Xin Zhao. We can just fight him very easily in a 1v1 and just beat him out. Yeah, just beat him out.
Yeah, do you think this is kind of like a Merc Treads? Well, some people have already picked up Merc Treads. I was going to say,
yeah,
it feels like that kind to avoid that taunt.
Oh,
under the tower, gets taunted up. Look at how long that lasts. Sharks lands a charm. No way is he outplayed again. Sharks looks really, really good on this Ari. That's why they picked it up. And wow, outplaying the 1 versus 2. Nearly gets a kill onto one of them, but I can't quite complete it. Does survive and keeps the tower alive too.
Yeah, keeps the tower alive too. And talking about towers, VIF Esports was able to push out another top lane tower, which they took 2 top lane turrets already. They took a bot lane tower as well, compared to Team Dark that only took 1 top lane turret. So VIF Esports does have a massive advantage. And if you compare that to the mere dragon that Team Dark has taken, that's only a 5% damage buff. But VIF is going to be starting this Rift Herald again.
Yeah, I feel like this Rammus, the effect of it may be starting to wear off as well, because without breaking those towers, VIF have a lot of safety on the map. And that Rammus likes to exploit when you're too far pushed up. When your towers are still there, you can catch it. There's the charm. Gonna go in for the team fight. Big taunt lands from Flora, and that's exactly the start of the team fight that Viv were looking for. And this is the struggle here, is the Team Dark composition is not as good for team fighting without that Diana, and the damage already done from Viv to turn back to that Rift Herald.
Exactly, and the later we get into the game, the harder it will get for Team Dark, because Sharks is going to have a lot of damage, Chronix is going to get a lot of range, but Millip is looking for another one.
Yeah, Millip tries to get the hookshot. Charmlands again, everything connecting from Sharks as they're going to rejoin the fight from Floor. It's bought them the time to go up to Rift Herald. They couldn't complete it after that last fight, but this one is going to give them the space to do it.
Wow, that was amazing. And VIF Esports yet again going for the Rift Herald and yet again giving away the Dragon. We're seeing this happen more often, especially because the Dragons did get a little nerf in the current patch. But maybe VIF can contest this Dragon, but they just don't want to stress.
Ooh, big knock-up from the Wukong, but both the Clone and Wukong get destroyed in that fight. And now Juicy is going to land the taunt onto Milo. Already has a tenacity to break free of that relatively quickly. They didn't get the mid turret, they didn't contest the Dragon, but they at least got the charge off. I mean, Viv right now, they've started to stabilize from a very rocky beginning of the game. The fact that they're even, despite how this game started, is a testament to that top lane push that you were talking about.
I mean, yeah, definitely. They have more turrets than Team Dark, but I feel this Rift Herald was a bit wasted. I think they could have contested this Dragon stretch. They were very close to it. The Dragon was still very healthy. Instead, Viv was looking for a turret, but now Viv is looking for the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, Sync just got a bunch of his health back there off the Rift Scuttler. It wasn't enough to be able to take him down. And Viv are going to send Tyras down to the bottom lane. One mid checks into him. Counter-Strike should be loaded up for a moment, as doesn't have vision on the bush and can't take it. There's the Moonfall from one mid. Tyras is going to back away. He knows all he's got to do is outplay. Oh, he actually dashes past the dash from Diana, and that is as close as it's going to get. Tyras, here comes the taunt as 201 with the minions, should be able to take down the turret. The turret still stands, but it will go down eventually. Tyras, the redemption doesn't pick him off. Senna ultimate comes across for the shield, can't continue that. Meanwhile, mid lane Millip looked like he found Mario for a moment, forced out the stasis and both summoners, and we'll back away from that.
That fight was plot twist after plot twist. A flash from one mid, then a flash from Tyrus, but then we have another fight from Millip right here.
Yeah, Flo's going to go and gets denied with the satchel charge to get that taunt, and that means Viv end that engage.
Yeah, and I really want to see a replay of that fight between Tyrus and one mid because it was truly an amazing fight. Everyone just flashing around, dashing around, one mid dodging away the stuns from Tyrus, and then 201 coming through, and Tyrus going right back on one mid, getting that kill. It was just a beautiful fight to watch, and I would love to see it again. So right here, we can actually see, I'm trying to look at vision. No one really has good vision. We only see a few wards across the map, and I feel that's because of the sweepers. But yeah, here we look into this fight. I want to see it again. Tyrus should be able to pretty easily win a fight against Diana with Jax, especially because of Jax's ultimate and his third ability. He's playing a bit passive here, waiting for his first ability. Here you can see it. He jumps on her, she dashes, then he flashes, and she dashes again. And then it looks like Tyrus is not going to win it anymore. 201 comes through, taunts Tyrus, but Tyrus has none of it. He jumps right back onto one mid and gets the kill as well. And then here he can win the fight against 201 too and forces him to ult away. Just an absolutely amazingly played fight by Tyrus, truly showing that he knows the limits of Wukong.
Yeah, and I think this is what we were trying to highlight is like Viv should be favored in this. We know that they're individually incredibly good and their team play has gotten quite a bit better. The last couple of series slightly different to that, but I feel like this is the Viv that when they're not facing against a pick they're not used to, they should be able to do as Millip is around, actually dodges the moonfall, forced it out from one mid as Rammus was there as well. They didn't go aggressive, and now mid lane, Sharks lands the charm. He's done it so many times. Counter-Strike goes in with a double stun, plus the Senna ultimate on top, but it's Jax to fall first as Tyrus has already dropped in the fight. Now Floor's going to drop as well. That charm doesn't land. Double stun locks in place as one mid doesn't have the moonfall, but does still have damage in the kit. Can't find a way into the fight, and Kranix from the distance is going to use that Senna damage. Does take some in return. Viv are going to try and break this turret finally. Millip is here. Does have the ultimate. Will lock him down. One mid now in danger with that mid tower. One mid tries to dash forward. Tower's already gone. Stasis forced out and should end up dropping from here. But here comes the Rammus. Drops into the fight. And it's not quite enough to take out Millip. His energy on the backline has denied his entrance to Viv. Are they going to continue this fight? This is like the longest fight in the history of Wild Rift. They will back away for the Dragon.
Yeah, Kranix is actually dealing a surprising amount of damage. This is the moment when Senna starts to come online, and that was the thing that I said wow against. Basically, one basic attack of him dealt like 20% of Ziggs's damage, I believe, which is insane. Ooh, and Sharks catches out a clone, unfortunately. But as we look into Kranix's build, he's going for the mana immune and then for a lethality type of build. And this build is powerful. It deals a lot of damage into those squishies. But the problem is he going to be able to get through the Rammus? So let's take a look back into this fight. I honestly thought Viv was going to win this for free right after disengaged. It looked like a free fight, but then they just completely destroyed the Jax. So here we can see Kranix. Let's take a look at Kranix. So the damage that he deals on one mid. So take a look at that one basic attack that he's going to do. So boom, and then boom. You see that? That's insane. That's like 20% of his HP with just one basic attack. And this will only get stronger and stronger. And Millip playing incredibly well on the Camille, catching out those champions, allowing Sharks to charm them and secure those free kills. Just Viv Esports playing this fight incredibly well. I still don't know how they lost it in the beginning. Just Team Dark dashing out way too much damage to them with the Ziggs. But then the follow-up, Viv Esports just won the fight.
Yeah, and down into the bottom lane, it's another kill going over as Tyrus picks it up. Millip and Tyra's on this side lane. Millip actually hung around for this as Galio's going to come into it. They can deal with the Rammus if they got the true damage from Camille, and he's going to try and get it, but can't quite get it again. Looked like Millip was just looking for one more hit, but couldn't get enough damage down. It's a 2-for-1 going over to Team Dark. They've not really got the ways to push around mid or top or anything like that, so they don't have too many options from that one fight.
And if the observer could pull up the build, I want to talk about the Galio build because he's going for full AP. Full AP.
Oh, that stun is the end of this one as Xin Shao has forced his ultimate. I thought he was actually going to fall from that. Let's take a look at the Galio build in just a second when we can.
Yeah, there it is. So as you can see, Galio actually went for full AP, but Tyrus is going for it again.
Yeah, he's going to get walked down. That one's a pretty straightforward one. So full AP on the Galio build.
That's right, he's full AP, which deals a lot of damage against that composition of Team Dark. And then also Millip has quite a lot of gold. He has 3 items, Jax has 3 items, and Xin Shao with a Spirit Visage. Oh, of course he goes for a Spirit Visage, because he has a Divine Sunderer, and then he's up against that Galio and the Ari damage. So I love those builds. And can we see, we can see how many stacks she has. So Kranix has 73 stacks, which is good. It's good. Like when you reach that 80 stack milestone, and especially the 100 stack milestone, that's basically where Senna becomes like a monster. He's already at that point of the game where he's very strong with 73 stacks, but when you get even further into the game, she becomes an absolute monster. So if this game goes on for like a few more minutes, Chronics is just going to become stronger and stronger, Stress.
Ooh, speaking of stronger, Millip is very strong right now, and if it wasn't for Mario, I think he would have had this fight. Actually dodges out the Senna ultimate. That's tragic. That is so tragic, and now it's Tyra's that's caught. Does manage to leap strike his way out, and now Cranix is here. This is going horribly wrong, as they haven't been able to get there. There was no Galio ultimate available, and one by one, Viv have got picked off by this composition, and now that basically opens up the Baron, as Juicy's going to be rolling around towards the giant objective, and that was just an overpush from Viv in the bottom lane, and then miscommunication on the timing.
Indeed, Viv just went way too far. Not quite sure what Millip was thinking right there, going so far. As you said, he even dodged out his own Senna ultimate, which was absolutely tragic. So right now, it's just a free dragon for Team Dark, and that's going to be a huge one, because especially when you have a champion like a Ziggs in your team, the Baron is going to become even more powerful. It's going to allow you to push turrets even faster, and you get bonus AP and AD. So let's take a look back at this replay. Millip dealing an insane amount of damage, but Elegi with the Divine Thunderbird healing right back up. And here, Chronics was like, I'm going to save you, bro. Don't you worry. But Millip, no. He just ults and dies as well. And unfortunately, the fight is just over. Tyrus desperately tries to run away, and then Chronics desperately tries to run away, but Senna cannot run away, Stress, and just Viv Esports overextended way too badly right there.
Yeah, and the Galio ult was only available right at the end of that fight. If it had been available right at the beginning, maybe there's an opportunity that Floor protects Millip in that situation, but without that cooldown, there's no real way of continuing that fight. They're going to try and take another fight, and I swear, Elegi's clone has eaten so much damage this game. It's had like about 3 charms from Shark's mid lane. We've got a fight already going on as Millip drops, and so does Tyra's quite low. So Viv, they're struggling again. This game started well for Team Dark. Then Viv fought back with a catch like that. That's exactly how they've got to do it now. However, they're onto Tyrus. Tyrus falls. Sorry, I should say Cranix falls as Millip jumps in. Tyrus drops low as well in the jungle. And despite the fact that they caught a good pick to begin it, Sharks with the charm, all that's going to do is bring Xin Xiao closer to you. And Viv are about to get aced. Viv are about to lose game 1 to this Rammus. We said Team Dark, if they're going to come into it, you have to believe they've got stuff prepared with this new patch, and they did. It's Juicy's Rammus plus the rest of this lineup for Team Dark is going to sneak their way past game 1 of the series and take out Viv and put them 1 game away from being eliminated from the last chance qualifier.
I can't believe it's Stress. Team Dark is in a series right now where if they lose, it's like all or nothing, and they just pick a Rammus support and they pull it off. They win the series, or they win the game against Viv Esports, and is Rammus gonna be a banned champion in the next draft, Stress?
Surely it can't. Surely you just take red side if you're Viv. Like, you have to, right? And then they can't really pick it because you just saved something for last pick. We're gonna get memed for this, I'm pretty sure. Like, Rammus winning is gonna have our region get memed. Like
Rammus support especially.
Yeah. So I mean, the theory is it pretty sound, right? It's like you go for a pick composition, and when they don't have a way of breaking through, a lot of armor early game, I think that's probably the struggle, right? Is like Jax takes time to break through armor, Camille takes time to break through armor, and Senna doesn't really do it particularly well, even in the late game.
No.
So
yeah.
I guess that's what they were waiting for, right? It's in the old days when you'd be thinking, where can I pick Jhin? It's like, oh, they have no real tanks, no real armor. Okay, we'll just, pick this. It's like, oh, they have no real, scaling AD carry. So let's just pick Rammus and it works.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Chronic struggle a lot in this game, and that was especially also because of that Rammus, because 201 constantly on that Rammus just engaging on Chronics, and Chronics just cannot escape, as we said. Even when we look into the replays, he's just desperately waiting in the backline, trying to do some damage, but here we can see it. He just can't escape from that composition that Team Dark drafted, and that's the danger of Senna, right? Like, you have to have a proper front line, so the enemies just can't get to you when you're playing Senna, so you can support your team from behind, but unfortunately, Viv Esports just didn't quite have that type of composition, and Team Dark just took the game with a Rammus support.
Yeah, they look pretty solid doing it as well. I mean, like the early game Rammus from Juicy, like rushing through top side after picking up that first kill, really made it difficult to deal with. And I think Viv drafted so late into the game that they just never really could. I mean, there were moments that looked really good from Viv, but then that fight in the bot lane where Millip overextends, it felt like Viv was starting to get control of the game, and then Team Dark just blast them in bot lane and take Baron and win the game.
Yeah, and then also Mario constantly dealing so much damage to Chronix in the lane. We saw it happen so often. Like, if we look at the damage graph, surprisingly, he only dealt like 10,000 more damage. And I'm saying only, it's a lot, but I expected even more damage from Mario. He did do the most damage in the game, but then also 201 on the tank Rammus, dealing 13.5k damage. It's nearly as much damage as Tyrus, for example, Stress.
Yeah. The tank Rammus, dealing as much as a jungler is a bit strange in this lineup. I mean, this really tells the game, right? This tells you everything you need to know. Team Dark had a really good early game. Viv, their mid game kicked in, and that's what we had come to expect from them. But then a mistake or two just immediately puts it back in favor of Team Dark. And this composition is really hard to break when it comes to like what was drafted by Viv and what was drafted by Team Dark. And Team Dark quickly pick up the Baron and end the game from it.
And the thing is, to counter champions like the Rammus, you kind of need a champion like a Set, right? Who can suplex a tank. You need a Darius. You just need those types of champions. Or the Vayne.
Right.
Vayne was banned out. Darius couldn't be picked anymore because it was the last pick Rammus, right? Viv could have never seen it coming. And like, I think Team Dark has more of these types of picks up their sleeves, right? Like they have more aces up their sleeves. Like, all right, you pick this, boom, I throw this on your face and we just win the game. And like that's what we talked about, right, during the draft. You just don't know what to do. You don't know what to do against Team Dark in the draft. They're going to be coming through with some weird picks that do incredibly well in your particular composition.
Yeah, and this is the third one we've seen from them. I think it was the Mumu support was the first one. The Ashe Senna, like Ashe support style was the second, and now we've seen the Rammus support as well. So I mean, if they have another one or two, then that should be enough for this series. Let's take a look at the play of the game and see where Team Dark took control once again of the game, utilizing this Rammus support and breaking apart Viv Esports.
Yeah, and indeed, I felt like it was the one where Millip went way too far. He dealt a lot of damage to Elegi, but Elegi with the Divine Sunder being able to survive, and then it was just over, right? Like if Millip dies on the Camille, it's just over because he is the most fat champion on their team. And then it's just one mid destroys all of them with the Diana. He jumps with the Moonfall and everything like that, just destroys everyone, Chronix included, and Team Dark just won the game right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a surprise result, and to be completely honest, like my faith in Viv is starting to get a little bit shaken over the last couple of weeks and days. Like week one of the last chance, it was a rough week. Yesterday they got upset by formulation, and now they're one game away from being eliminated, from being on the brink of a finals appearance to one game from being stuck at home for Barcelona. Viv a 0-1 down. As we go to a break, let's see whether Viv can get themselves back into it. Team Dark looking to close this out 2-0 when we come back.
You ready?
Welcome back to the WREC, where the R stands for Ramus, apparently, today. Which, I'm not looking forward to it if we have another game of it. I'm Stress, joined by Hell's Devil, to take us through Viv versus Team Dark. An unexpected result in many ways in game number one. How sold are you on Ramus right now, Hells? Are you a believer now?
I mean, yeah, I have to say it. Yes, even before this game, I genuinely think there is a part of Ramus that is really good. It just requires a good player, and clearly 201 is that player that can pull it off, really. So I do believe in the Ramus, but only in the hands of the perfect Ramus player.
So what I'm hearing is neither you nor I should be playing Ramus in solo queue.
Don't play Ramus, please. Don't go Ramus support, Stress, please. Don't be that guy on my team.
No, I won't. Don't worry. Let's find out from Carmeline what her key points of that first game was. I wonder whether she'll talk about Ramus at all.
Hello, of course I have to talk about Ramus. Like, we don't talk about Ramus, no, because he was the star of the last game. To be honest, both in the way he was played and both what he brought to the game, he was definitely deserving of that title. So there you go, you can all enjoy Ramus support in your solo queue games. I hope you thank Yuzi afterwards, because he definitely brought the best of himself in that one game. Now, moving on, we've got to talk about more things, because honestly, I always see this debate on Twitter, on Reddit, every single social media, like objectives versus kills. Like, is it better to get the Herald or the Dragon? Is it better to get some kills here and there? Of course, if you can do both, then it's amazing. But sometimes you gotta renounce to some things. And in this case, even though Team Dark seemed to be going more for the kills and for the objectives, in the end, they took everything, while Viv had to stick to the objectives because, I mean, not that they could do much more. Will that happen again in this one game? Will we see a division between, I take all the objectives and you take all the kills? We don't know. We'll see what happens. Lastly, but not least, actually, least is the last one too. We need to talk about that one more step. Again, I won't be tired of reiterating this. If Viv loses this game, they're out of the competition versus a Ramus support. Is it how you want to go out? No. So hopefully we'll have a 1-1 after this series and get maybe a game 3. Whatever happens, I'll be here to watch it. Back to our casters, House and Stress.
Thanks, Carmeline. So, the important update for you all is that Viv are going to be on red side. So the cheese, last
of
pick,
course,
weird curveball, not going to happen. So it's going to be a little bit more reliant now on Team Dark to come in and say, okay, we have to draft a little bit more standard. Maybe there's something that they can make work that doesn't get affected by a last pick flex rotation. But now we get to see what Team Dark do when those options are less prevalent.
Yeah, definitely. Now you can't get away with a pick like that, right? Because there are obvious huge counters to it, as we said, the Set, the Darius, right? And now these picks are going to be open for Viv Esports. So I like this a lot that Viv Esports took this approach because, I still feel Viv is the better team. I still feel Viv is the better team on paper. They're definitely the better team, but practically I also feel they're a better team. It's just Team Dark with the surprise draft that caught them off guard and won them the game, Stress. And
it allowed them to be in a position where when there was a mistake from Millip and Tyras on that bot lane push, they could capitalize, and they were close enough in the game. They had started falling behind. They were close enough that they could turn the game in their favor, and Team Dark could close it out with a Baron. So into this draft we go, similar bans as game one with the Gragas and the Camille this time being taken out by Team Dark. They obviously felt like Millip's Camille was a little bit too safe for him, a little bit too impactful, as it's going to be Karma removed from Viv's side of things. I think there's no surprise there. Everybody, I think, has experienced how strong that Karma is.
Yeah, and yet again, Master Yi, Zed, and Yuumi are banned, in case you haven't heard it already, so that's why they're not being banned or picked. Lee Sin banned, yet again, Viv taking the same approach, because Tyrus doesn't play Lee Sin. we've seen it before. He doesn't play Lee Sin. He's just not that good at it. It's not his play style. So they're betting it away because they don't want to be dealing with Sync's Lee Sin. Sync had an amazing performance on the Xin Zhao last game. Although now they're on the blue side. So as we said, right, like Viv Esports does have more opportunities to counter those types of picks from Team Dark. Yeah, Team Dark bans away the Ahri. As we said, right, as the Don mentioned, as we mentioned, you can just ban away these champions from Shark Stress.
Yeah, you can. And I mean, Sharks looked pretty good for the first half of the game on Ahri. This game, no Zig's going to be available. So we're hitting the bot lane now. What does that leave open? Kha'Zix was there that was banned in game 1. Varus is there that was banned also in game number 1 in general. So what's the first pick? Xin Zhao first pick right away.
First? Really? I mean, I find that very interesting. Team Dark putting that much priority on the Xin Zhao. I mean, he's strong, but he does have counters, right? He does have counters. If an enemy can get close to him, you pretty much deny his ultimate entirely. So it's going to be interesting to see how Viv Esports decides to counter out that Xin Zhao. We've never seen a Xin Zhao first pick before. And exactly, Rakan is one of those champion stress. He can go in, use his ultimate, block him up, and completely ignore his ultimate.
Yeah, to get that charm to land, the crowd control, hold him in place. Now we get to see whether Team Dark go towards one of the other strong laners like a Fiora that would be available. I feel like there was no Fiora priority in the last game at all.
Yeah, Fiora will likely be picked.
There it is. Okay, Fiora taken. I think it makes sense. It can flex between Millip and Tyra's. Sharks even can play it as well if the matchup is correct in mid lane for it. We've seen that happen a number of times. And now Team Dark, we kind of have to see the beginnings of their composition. The Galio's up. The Varus, if they want it to play standard. We also saw the Corki swap that Team Dark were doing if they want to prioritize that as the AD carry to begin with.
Let's not talk about Corki stress.
I don't want to
sick
either.
and tired of Corki.
Same. I'm so bored.
I'm so tired of Corki. I'm really glad that we didn't see him. But this is exactly what we talked about. Team Dark picks away the Xin Zhao as the very first pick. Of course, you're going to get countered. Fiora, one of those champions that does incredibly well into the Xin Zhao as well, because she can just dash into his ultimate range and hit him anyway. So I don't like the Team Dark picking this very early on, you know, right? They did pick a Wukong though. Are they going to pull off the Yasuo? I mean, that would be the craziest pick ever if they just pull off the Yasuo. Oh, they do! They do! They did pick the Yasuo. Oh my god, I love Team Dark. I love that they do this because indeed, if you don't pick Yasuo here, it just gets banned away stress.
Yeah, and now you've got 2 knockup procs, right? You've got the 3 Talon Strike from Xin Zhao plus the Wukong as well. So you've got activation for Yasuo. Now we just need to see where they round it out. It's going to be mages in the bottom lane, at least one of them, for Team Dark. Olaf going to get picked up. So again, could be... We saw top lane Olaf yesterday, I believe it was. We've seen it in mid lane as well out of Ruiz in the past. It could be jungle. No Yuumi available, even with the Rakan picked up, it likely wouldn't have been there either way. So without the likes of... I like this because we've seen the Seraphine bot lane carry from them. Yeah. Without the likes of a Lulu, though, Olaf we've seen struggle. Oh, Zed's banned anyway.
I'm not quite sure. I think it was either a misclick or they're not familiar with the Zed being banned anyways. Not quite sure what's going to be happening right here. I think they just banned it, just kind of forgetting that Zed was banned.
I think so.
Let's see if we continue with the draft. I think
we'll try and get an update on that and see where it goes. Alistair going to get banned out from the side of Viv, so that's to try and upset a little bit of that Alistair Corki swapping. Corki would at least, I hate Corki by the way, but it would give them a little bit of magic damage. So we'll
what I want
keep
to talk
going
about
through the
stress.
draft. Yeah.
What I want to talk about now is the Orianna being open. You mentioned it earlier. There's probably going to be mages in the bot lane, because if there's not, then you just pretty much lose the game, because it's going to be full attack damage otherwise. Gragas is already off the table. Like, Viv is 100% going to be picking a mage as their last pick, right? And now as Team Dark, you can kind of take away the Orianna if you want, because Orianna is one of those insanely safe mages that you can be playing in the Dragon Lane that does incredibly well. So what is Team Dark going to do here to counter it out? Because besides Orianna, the only one available would probably be the Morgana stress.
Yeah, the Morgana would be one option, as Renekton was picked up in the middle lane. I'm guessing that's going to be Renekton mid. We also could flex with that Fiora.
Corki, of course.
It's the Corki. I'm bored of
Corki.
it, but I mean, it makes sense.
I forgot about the Corki stress. I was saying only Orianna, what?
Veigar bot lane. Okay, wow. Okay, so what
He's
Veigar's going to do?
Yeah.
We haven't seen this since basically right after Veigar release. It's been quite some time. I mean, Veigar Event Horizon, or the I can never remember which way around it is. The octagon he's going to throw down that stuns people gives Yasuo a bad day. Same with Leona. Like, both champions have a very bad day with that ability being up. So that's one thing we're going to have to watch out for. Same with Xin Zhao and Wukong, actually. All of these champions get messed up by Veigar pretty heavily.
Yeah, I love Veigar. I'm a Veigar enjoyer myself. I played a lot of Veigar. I love him. I believe we haven't seen him in European competition ever. Maybe wrong,
Good
but I believe
question,
we have never seen him before. But now we're seeing it from Viv Esports. I assume this is going to be a Sharks pick because, like Team Dark thought, all right, we countered Sharks. We picked away his Yasuo. We banned away his Ahri. It's
because the other three
They don't have a
melees,
Dragon Laner.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's Chronix. Indeed, you're right. It's going to be Chronix on the Veigar. So Veigar is a mage, but in my opinion, he's a bit different from Ziggs and Orianna because he's a bit more fun to play, right? And he's a bit more fun to watch. You have to play a bit safe in the early game, but once you get up those stacks, you will demolish the enemy. And another thing that I wanted to mention, it really seems like Chronix loves those late game champions. You know, he played the Senna, which is a late game stacking champion. He's now playing the Veigar, which is a late game champion. And he's obviously a Vayne enjoyer, which is also a late game champion. And I know that in ranked, he also likes to play the Jinx. I've never seen him on the likes of a Draven, for example. So Chronix's playstyle just seems to be that late game playstyle, which perfectly complements Veigar's kit stress.
Yeah, and that's a fair point to raise. I'm kind of thinking through this Veigar because there's a few other things that are going to be tricky. Like, he needs to be careful of the Yasuo wind wall, otherwise that'll block like all of his damage other than his W from the sky. So let's load on to the Rift for our second game. It's the end of the line basically for Viv. If they lose here, Team Dark would advance with a victory in this game, and it's Viv that have brought us something just a little bit different with the Veigar in the bottom lane. We've had the Juicy Corki swap around with Mario once again. I wonder whether this is Mario first timing Leona, because last time he first timed Alistair, it worked out for them, but it looked a little bit shaky.
Yeah, and the Leona has always been an interesting pick because I feel it's a bit of a coin flip support. If you're unable to hit those abilities and if you get behind, Leona has a bit of a hard time because when she engages, even with her second ability, if you just stun her out and just continues the attacker, she's going to die anyways. So it's going to be interesting to see how Mario is going to be dealing with that Leona. By the way, the Renekton pick by Sharks does effectively counter out the Yasuo in the mid lane. So one mid is going to be having a hard time, but Eligi is already struggling.
Yeah, Millip already showing the strength of early game Fiora, despite the fact this pick scales heavily into the late game, already having presence in lane.
Wow, that was a very close one. And I do love the Tyrus pick as well, the Olaf, because it denies the knockups, it denies the Yasuo, it denies the Corki package, right? Like, the Olaf is the one champion that denies all of it. So the only problem is he's going to be taking a lot of upfront damage from that Yasuo and from the Corki, but Tyrus is looking for something, although Fleur is ready as well.
Yeah, Fleur is around. Can't quite find an actual engage here. So they're going to three-man invade through the top side jungle. As Sync is up here. Does he have any idea what's coming? No, it's just the crowd that they're going to take it and not really engage. So Viv not quite getting the impact that Team Dark had in the early game in the last game. But I feel like Chronix... Oh, Fleur, did that miss? Sync gonna flash out over the wall as they're gonna try and get the damage down. Flash follows him over the wall. First blood goes to Floor. Feel like that might have been Sync overstaying just a little bit there.
Yeah. Sync trying to get that minion with his second ability, but just completely overstepping, forgetting that Tyrus has a flash. And Tyrus just takes the jungle and he flashes over the wall and takes the kill. Massive win for Viv Esports right here.
Oh, Flo's here as well. He's on a ward. Elegi's going to cut back towards the tower, but that seals his fate. And that means with the Ragnarok pop, Tyrus doesn't get locked over the tower. They'll be able to push this down. This is so much better from Viv than our last game.
Yeah. Don't give Fleur a Rakan, right? Like, no, just don't give Fleur a Rakan. He does it again. He did it before. He does it again. Chronix is just playing the lane safe. And that's the beauty of Veigar, right? Like, Veigar has so much range. He can just stay behind this wave, farm up very easily, stack up with his second ability, and just, play the lane safe. You're never going to kill him. Leona is just not going to reach him if you position carefully. So Fleur takes advantage of that, roams around, invades with his team, and gets 2 kill stress. And now Viv Esports is 1,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, Viv, with the scaling as well, because, I mean, for those of you that don't see Veigar a whole lot, Veigar is an infinite scaling champion in the same way that Nasus is. You stack up your first ability, the Baleful Strike, and every time you kill a minion with it or hit an enemy champion with your abilities, you get extra AP. So you can just keep doing those conditions to get as far as possible. Then you press R on a champion or your ultimate and just burst them down immediately.
Sure,
Top lane,
again.
LG is getting focused down. I think this time he should be able to get away. He still has his flash available with the honey fruit, so it's enough to get him out with that grand challenge used. Millip has to be a little careful, but Floor now has to contend with Mario coming to the top lane. But the scaling is so much so on Viv's side in that case. Like with a Fiora and a Veigar, like the scaling is so much in their favor.
Yeah, especially the Veigar, as you mentioned. This champion is absolutely insane, especially when you play it. And Floor is just going for it again.
Yeah, this time he gets chunked down, though, as Mario is going to put damage down to him on the back end with the turret. They will push it out. Can't really get any kills from it yet, though.
Wait, stress. It's Mario on the
It is.
Leona.
Yeah, that's what we saw last week.
I just realized, and it's 201 on the Corki. I literally just realized.
It took me a while to realize it last week as well. As we go into a fight, I can explain a little bit afterwards with Mario. That's the solar flare locking him down as he actually hits it with the double crowd control. Flashes out from Millip. Millip getting chased down. A Sync is going to try and get the knockup. Millip is trying to outplay. Can't find the Vital as mid lane. Now they're going aggressive onto Kranix. Does he have the Event Horizon available? Baleful Strike is going to connect, as that was the primordial burst from Veigar to try and get the kill. Didn't quite pick it up onto Juicy, and there's low health bars, but they cannot finish any of these kills. It's going to open up the dragon for Team Dark as the gold is relatively even. They're not even going to commit to the dragon. Everybody's a little bit too low, and Viv will be back out on the
Yeah, Viv is gonna be fine with that, right? Like, they don't really need this dragon. They took the Rift Herald, and as we can see in this replay, you know, they're just chilling, basically. They're just chilling. They took the Rift Herald, and here Millip with a beautiful right post. But let's see how 201 used this package actually here, because he still had the package right here. He used it here. Didn't get too much value out of it, unfortunately. So Viv Esports actually went out of this with a win. They took the Rift Herald against the composition with a Corki, and then, you know, they just got away with it. They're gonna lose the dragon, sure, but they got away with it. They got the Rift Herald, and they're getting the top lane turret.
Yeah, trades for top lane turret as well. And to touch on the Mario Juicy swapping situation, if I have the time, as Mario is going to get caught out. This is kind of the downside, is Mario doesn't always play support. Will be able to flash out. The axe connects. It's not enough to get the kill. Yes, it is with the burn from the ignite. We had an interview with Mario last week. Now it's Panic's in trouble. I will answer this eventually.
Wow.
Sync gets the kill. Had an interview with Mario last week. He said sometimes Juicy just says, I want to play Corki, let's swap, and that's what they do in game. And that's one of the reasons why I don't feel confident in Team Dark, is they're a little bit erratic with their decision making sometimes. Elegi is going to be able to ult his way out with the Cyclone, and that should stop this push right now until the Rift Herald would be popped from Viv. As Viv, they should back away from here.
Elegi seems to have a really hard time in this matchup with the Wukong. He's constantly wasting his ultimate, just trying to go out. He's struggling against this composition of Viv Esports, and I understand why, right? Like Wukong against the Renekton, against the Olaf, against the Fiora, and then in the late game against the Veigar as well. It's a rough matchup. It's not an easy matchup. And Viv Esports is going to try to go for this turret. I don't think they can get it.
No.
Yes, they're not going to get it. So I never really like when these teams go for these coin flip Rift Heralds.
Play on mid is Elegy. We know that his flash is now down from that. Does get stunned in place for the Grand Challenge. That's going to complete. And the Rift Herald was a little bit of a bait. The old switcheroo into mid lane, but they're not even going to get this as one mid is going to go in. They'll focus down the turret. The Event Horizon is going to lock multiple members of Dark in place as Floor goes in for the knockup. There's no damage follow-up, though, and that means Viv may very well have overextended. The damage down onto one mid. The Yasuo Last Breath does complete. Gets the shield. Kill goes over to Mario. And every time Viv make a play, Team Dark are at least getting something from it, but the gold lead still goes to Viv.
Kranix is just not dealing enough damage yet. He needs some more time to skill. He hit some amazing abilities in that fight. He hit a good ultimate, but he's just not dealing enough damage yet. As you can see, he only has a Luden's Echo. He doesn't even have boots. He's stacking up the Tear of Goddess to go for the Archangel Staff. But as you look into this replay, yet again, like Elegi just like struggling so hard. Shark's taking full advantage because Elegi had already wasted his ultimate, already wasted his flash, and already wasted his clone. And because of that, they were able to get the turret. So as we look into this fight a little further, Kranix had some very good positioning. He hit some good abilities, but it just didn't deal much damage, as you can see. Like here, he even ulted one mid, I believe. Yeah, there it is. You know, it's just not that much yet. And one mid was able to follow up with his ultimate, secure a kill. It's just, I feel Viv is going to win this one, though. Like, when the later we get, the stronger they get. And they will get much stronger stress. Like, also Rakan with a Rod of Ages, which is also a scaling item. They will get stronger. And yet again, we see a Black Cleaver Corki. We haven't seen this too much in Europe. This is a thing that happens in China and NA.
Oh, God, it's happening
Black
again.
Cleaver.
No, I swear, you're going to get triggered if this happens again. Last week, I kid you not, I'm about to swear. But Juicy built Black Cleaver, Oblivion Orb, Leandries.
Oh
I'm not
my
even
God.
joking. I'm not. There is no way to lie. It's happening again.
By the way, just so you know, Veigar has 50 stacks. We just saw it. The observer showed it. So Chronix is on 50 stacks, which is quite decent. It's not amazing. It's just decent. Tyrus seems to not finish off the Rift Herald. Or he may... he doesn't. He walked it out and he doesn't finish it off. But they can try to go for it now because they're in a 4 versus 3 situation as Mario is in the bot lane.
Yeah, now they're going to go aggressive. Gets the double knock up to completion as Sync now locked in place. Gets dropped. That's a second kill for Tyrus. They'll cut back to the Rift Herald. And I noticed that it's not going to be the Oblivion or Leandries. He's picked up a Cachet Shard. So I'm guessing Stormrazor coming up next. For that as Millip is going to run down Elegy. Is he burning with the Ignite? It's not quite enough, and now Millip has to face against Mario, who's ignited of his own. Solar Flare lands. That's going to be the kill. As Elegy came back into this, he was out scot-free from this.
Floor?
This Primordial Burst says, nope, gonna make sure I convert this kill. And Mario is gonna use some fancy footwork with the Zenith Blade to get himself back out. Sharks can't kill Leona through the Eclipse, and it's gone wrong for Viv. Dark, they're just throwing enough curveballs to be able to take this. The Ocean Dragon does get smited down by Tyrus to be able to take that, as Tyrus now going to get taken out on the back end. And I mean, it's messy. It's not clean from Viv. They're still advancing their lead, but Team Dark are getting stuff from every single fight.
But this was a big win for Viv Esports. And if the Observer could show Chronix again, the Veigar, I wonder how many stacks he has right now, because 2 minutes ago he was on 50 stacks, and I believe right now he should be on like 80 stacks because he's on 70 stacks actually, and that is because he was able to get a lot of kills and assists during those fights. I believe he got three kills / assists. Yes, and each kill and or assist gives you 5 stacks, which is huge for Veigar. So this was a pretty big win for Viv Esports. They're starting to get close to that, super late game Veigar power spike, because the more stacks you get, the stronger you get. And when you reach that 100, 150 stacks, every 50 stack milestone reduces the cooldown of your second ability as well. It grants you extra 10% cooldown reduction. So like at 100 stacks and 150 stacks, you just get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, Shugs lands a stun. I don't know that they'll be able to really get much more from this as they go towards Elegy. And then as well, the build also, is going to help out scaling his AP up. There's the stun with the Event Horizon. Mario can weather a lot of the damage, but not enough. Krennic's actually threw the ultimate out there. I don't know whether that was necessary, but wanted to make sure that they were going to get the kill. Rabadance is going to amplify it when you get Seraphs as well. It gives you just this massive, insane AP value by the end of your build. And now they keep going through. I think Viv maybe overstaying a little bit here if they continue this. Is look at how low floor is. Tyra is also quite low. This Event Horizon is going to block most of the paths through the jungle and stop that engage.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Veigar, right? You kind of need 3 items. You need the Seraph's Embrace, but Millip is looking for more blood.
Yeah, he's got damage, but Elegy's there as well. So is Juicy, and this might be a bit of a bait. Ooh, good stun is going to be able to also deny Mario into that engage. As you're saying, a few of these champions really messed up by Veigar.
Yeah, definitely. And when Veigar reaches that 3-item power spike, which he's still pretty far away from, but he's doing good. He has 8.6k gold compared to the 7.8k gold from 201. He has a lot of gold. Like, he's doing well. He just needs a little bit more to finish off the Rabadon's Death Cap and then finish off the Seraph's Embrace. And as you said, yeah, he skips out the Seraph's Embrace in the beginning because he's stacking up the Tear of Goddess. He just goes straight for the Rabadon's Death Cap. And this is an absolutely massive Veigar power spike, because especially on Veigar, you already get a lot of AP from your stacks, and then the Rabadon's Death Cap amplifies it by another 40%. So essentially, each stack, instead of giving you 1 ability power, it gives you 1.4 ability power. So right now, Viv Esports has kind of reached the moment where they become strong, like really strong. And from here on out, it only gets better and better, Stress.
Yeah, it's only going to get better. I mean, eventually he might need some armor, some magic pen as well, but that's kind of like a down the line kind of build. As Krenix is forced to stop recalling from that. I want to draw your attention to the Oblivion Orb on the Corki, as Millip is now trading against 1 mid. I wonder how weird this build's going to get from Juicy this time around. We stopped at Leandries last time.
No, but I don't get it, Stress. Why? Why don't you just go for an attack damage item? Like,
I don't know.
Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is, Stress? You don't build a mortal reminder on Corki because you do magic damage, so people don't want to be wasting 1,000 gold, I guess, on the item that reduces healing that has attack damage. I think that's the only explanation that I could give. I still don't get it, however, because you still want to be building attack damage on Corki because your basic attacks skill with attack damage, even though they deal ability power. He goes for the Storm Razor, yeah.
I would love somebody to do the math there on whether it's better to just stick on an Executioner's Calling or Oblivion Orb, but we're going into the mid lane nonetheless. Like, there's got to be some math there that is like provable to see which is better. But, you know, they just want some anti-heal in some respect. LSG caught in the cage. That doesn't do too much damage to him up front from the rest of Viv, but you can see LSG not getting stunned because he didn't hit the wall. And
this is the moment. This is basically the moment where Team Dark could still win a fight because of 201's package. As you can see, they're starting off the Dragon because they have the package, right? Like, they have the advantage here. Ooh, a fight.
One hell of a flank from Millip, though. Millip is looking to get right into the back lines. He's not in time to get the Dragon from it, and the package has been used forward. Millip trying to get the damage down to the back end. Kranix is dropping low from this already, but look, the damage is there as Kranix gets jumped on. It's Tyra's that's actually carried a lot of this fight on the killing spree now for Olaf. It's a kill going over to Sharks as well. Dragon went over, I believe, to Team Dark on the beginning of that exchange, and Millip is going to try and run one down, but look, he's low. Millip can't actually take this fight 1 versus 2. He's going to try his absolute best, but can't. The mid lane turret gets pushed down. And once again, Viv are going to take the tower on the back end of it and will take the majority of the fight. But still, I feel like Team Dark are getting enough from this that this game isn't done yet.
And the thing that my eyes are on right now is 1 mid on that Yasuo. He's actually 4 on 0, and he has 3 items right now, and also got a Divine Thunder. And as we look into this replay, this was the problem that Viv had here, right? Kranix got caught by the Leona ultimate, used his stasis a bit too late, and was caught off guard very badly, really. But the thing is, Sharks and Tyrus were destroying the backline, combined with the Veigar cage, with the stuns. Viv was still able to win this fight, even though there was actually a great Leona ultimate coming through from Team Dark. So even though Team Dark took the Dragon, it was not worth it. Viv Esports took a turret, they stole away the entire blue jungle, they got some kills, and they're getting this Veigar even more ahead, Stress.
Yeah, the Veigar is getting there.
126.
126. What's his total AP right now? 500 AP.
Something like that, yeah.
It's only going to climb. Yeah, I just saw it tick up from 499 to 500. So he's at that mark where this Veigar is getting quite scary. Once he, I think he's already picked up like the Void Crystal or whatever it's called to get that start, the start of his magic pen. Now Flo's going to get the knockup, and LSG doesn't quite get caught by the event horizon. It's apparently Christmas in April. That is the bad sound to Veigar's skin from Viv. Solar Flare is going to catch one. Can they put enough damage down to take Fleur out? Fleur actually flashed back into the fight. As somehow, I thought he was going to get out, but that's 1mid's, I believe, 5th kill of the game. And so much of that is because Millip is pushing in the bottom lane now. There's still 5 people from the side of Team Dark. They're going to try and find Kranix, force the flash out from him already. Good usage of the spells to try and put damage down in the backline by Kranix, but he's going to get taken out eventually. He's so low, does force the ultimate out, does not get out of this one alive as Sharks drops low as well. I feel like this has gone all too scrappily from both sides as Viv have finally got Millip into the fight. Doesn't have his flash available to close the distance and will end up stopping things there. 3 kills go over to Viv, 2 go over to Dark.
And Stress, that is the power of the Veigar. Even though 1mid was seemingly dominating the team fight, he went just a tad bit too far, and then the Veigar ultimate just destroyed him. And I want to say, unfortunately for Viv, that Veigar didn't get the kill, but it's actually okay, because Tyrus got the kill. Tyrus is nearly sitting on 15,000 gold, and Mario is just desperately trying to stop this Baron, but it's not going to happen, right? Like, Viv is just going to take this Baron, and they're going to push. And this is going to be a real dangerous push, because Team Dark doesn't have many turrets to defend. They actually only have one more turret besides the inhibitor turret. So as you look into this replay, 1mid did an amazing job, and Eligi tried to get a very good Yasuo ultimate out here, but unfortunately Kranix was just not quite close enough to the Renekton to get a double ultimate. But here we can see 1mid getting way too ahead of himself, and boom, Veigar ultimate. That was what killed him. Unfortunately, Olaf got the kill, as I said, because you do want to put those kills on the Veigar. But then they just went way too deep. And if the Yasuo dies, Team Dark doesn't really have any tools at their disposal anymore to win this team fight, Stress.
Yeah, that's the first death of the game for 1mid's Yasuo. I kind of feel feel like the window for them to maintain this lead with Yasuo is closing because they have to team fight basically around it, whereas Millip is just split pushing the game all the way in favor of Viv. He's over in the top lane pushing through with that Baron buff as they are taking it from the fight now. Ooh, Juicy's maybe in trouble, but Mario is here. Solar Flare, good read on the movement as he's going to be able to get packaged down, and that's a big kill going over to Millip. And we were talking about how they needed to deal with Millip. That's exactly how you do it.
That was a great one, and now they're in a 5 versus 4 situation. When the Elder Dragon is up, Stress, they are looking for a fight. Ooh, Viv Esports does have the Baron, but it is still a 4 versus 5. This is going to be a rough one for Viv, Stress.
Yeah, it's going to be rough as, I mean, Sharks is going to push down the middle lane to push it out. I mean, Viv aren't reacting to this nowhere near fast enough. They've reacted with 2, and that is not enough. Kranix is not in position with Sharks to be able to do anything here. This Elder is almost certainly going over unless they get a steal, and they do from Tyrus. That's exactly what Viv needed to turn this game back around from here and stop Team Dark from pushing down. Primordial Burst is going to eat through a lot of the health from one mid, even though it doesn't kill them. With the Baron buff now and the Elder, Team Dark have to play this so much more carefully, and one's last Hail Mary out of Tyrus was enough to be able to steal that Elder away and keep Viv in this game. It was about to tip in favor of Team Dark, it feels.
Oh no, how did that happen? How did that happen? How did Tyrus just snatch away the Elder Dragon like that? That's not how you approach a team fight like that. So let's take a look back at it. It seemed like just a free win from Team Dark. It's 5 of them. They caught out Fluor. So what's happening? Let's just take a look at what happened here. The Dragon is at 6k HP. They thought that they could finish it off right here, but they just completely ignored that Tyrus can just run in and smite it. Sync actually smited it way too early, by the way, and Tyrus just comes in and snatches it away with a smite. And now the game is looking really bad for Team Dark. This is looking really bad because Elder Inferno combined with Veigar, that makes him even stronger, Stress.
Yeah, that's a scary one now. Hasn't finished the Seraph still, just holding on that tier. Knows that he just needed more magic pen as Tyrus is now going to run through the top side. And that is the power of Ragnarok on that Olaf. Just says, okay, if you don't kill me, I'm going to be running all the way through the fight, and gets the Elder Infernal. Oh boy, this is it's Viv's game to lose really right now as Millip is pushing down in the bottom lane as Tyrus is going to absorb some of the engage from Elegy. But Team Dark, they kind of have a way to cut into middle lane, but without that mid turret being taken down, they're not really eligible to like get into this fight. Now, as Millip is peeling them down to the bottom lane, if they don't recall, somebody is going to have to deal with Millip here. He's taking this inhibitor. He's going to like 4-shot this. Baron is on the cards. This is going to be Juicy and Mario once again going for Millip. This time he's got a Guardian Angel and can just avoid the fight. Solar Flare gets flashed away from as the Baron has been started up. It's a 4 versus 3 on the top side. The teleport coming through from Millip. He had purchased that before his split push. Rakan Charm goes through as Floor finds 2 in the front line. Now they're going to dive into the back line. He's found 1 mid. That should be the first kill. That Yasuo is out of this game. Event Horizon locks 2 in place. The sync is going to drop as well. That's going to be a triple kill. Tyrus is in a monstrous position on this Olaf. The package comes out. Only Juicy on the Corki remains. And that's not going to be enough for Team Dark. The switcheroo did not work today for Team Dark in this second game of the series. Viv are going to take us to a game 3 in this all-or-nothing series. It is down to one final game between Viv and Team Dark to see who can hang in and still try and make their way to Barcelona.
And what an emotional roller coaster this game was, Stress. It just 2 minutes ago, it looked like Team Dark was going to win this game as they got a free kill on the Baron laner and seemingly got a free Elder Dragon. But Tyrus just comes in, steals the Elder, and just absolutely hard carries the game. What a crazy series and what a crazy third game we're going to be getting.
Yeah, and this is a really odd game because like it felt like in the first game, Millip's overpush in the bottom lane cost Viv at times, like with Tyrus, that overextension. The second game, it felt like it cost them again, right around that Elder Drake, but Tyrus pops the Ragnarok, steals the dragon, and then Millip has the freedom to go and absorb 2 people in the bottom lane with his GA, with his teleport, pulls them down, opens up the Baron fight very easily, and from there, Viv closed it out.
Yeah, they closed it out indeed. Like the game was pretty much over during that Elder Dragon. There was just no way Team Dark could win it. I want to say though, Kranix actually didn't do that well on the Veigar. It was more Tyrus that absolutely hard carried this game, right? Like we were all super excited about the Veigar, but he actually ulted the Wukong clone in the last fight, which is kind of funny. You know, that's always the bait that you take when you're up against the Wukong. If you ult the clone, yeah, it is what it is. But Tyrus didn't really carry; he just carried the game himself. And here we can see the play happen again, right? Like where seemingly Team Dark got a free Elder Dragon because it was a 5 versus 3 situation, but our boy Giga Chat Tyrus just goes in and steals away the Elder Dragon, just secures them the game, secures them the victory, and keeps them in this series stress.
Oh, I mean, it's a spicy series in general. This is the second game where we've had really like out of the box last picks. And yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think Kranix, his damage didn't do much, but I think the most infuriating thing playing against Veigar is when you're playing against like 4 melee champions, you throw that event horizon down and you go, all right, fight us. It's impossible to team fight particularly easily for Team Dark. Here are the stats from the end of the game. As we can see, like Kranix's scoreline, not the most impressive, but when you set up like the Olaf on your team to go 10 kills, 3 assists, 3 deaths, and 6 assists, Kranix did get to 210 stacks by the end of the game, though. So maybe not like the absolutely huge, amazing, like 1000 AP kind of game, but still did exactly what he needed to.
Yeah, definitely. 210 stacks, that's a lot. Here we can see actually Mileb dealing the most damage, especially in those side lanes. And on the opposite side, 201 and 1 mid obviously dealing a lot of damage. I still don't quite understand why Mario and 201 are constantly switching out those positions. Seems a bit weird to me, because now you have to master 2 positions instead of just fully focusing on 1. But yeah, maybe we're going to be seeing more of that in the 3rd series then, Stress.
Yeah, and you know what? This doesn't tell really the whole story of the game, because I think Team Dark at points was certainly in the position to come back. Before that Elder Drake, I think if they get that, this game looks very similar to game 1 where Viv were fighting back through Viv had control of the mid game and then Team Dark turned it around. On that point about them swapping, I also agree, and it's one of the reasons why I find it really hard to put a lot of faith in Team Dark is like, I feel like there's fundamentals that they're not doing as well as the other teams, but they're trying to like add the tricky layers on top of like, we'll swap teams and we'll swap players and we'll play these different things. And like the Rammus works in game 1, but then when you're in a flat 5v5 game like this and you don't have that trickiness to you, I just feel like Dark don't look as good. This game was still a struggle for Viv, right? It's like, this isn't as clean as you would think it would be, but still I think, maybe game 3 will throw us something different from Team Dark side of things, but certainly it's an odd one that we keep seeing. They're the only team that are doing it. It doesn't necessarily make it a bad thing on its own, but that's kind of how it goes. Let's take a look at the play of the game from our second game, which allowed us for Viv to come back into this and even up the series.
That's going to be Tyrus, right? That's going to be Tyrus stealing away the Elder Dragon. Of course it is. Of course. Like right here, this exact moment, if you just pause the game right here, it's Team Dark's game. It's a very easy Team Dark game. But then for some reason, they go for the dragon. And here we see a beautiful slow motion as well. Sync is just not fully focused. He smites the dragon way too early. And then Tyrus just snatches it away and quite literally secures them the victory. Because after that, it's really impossible to be winning against the composition with an Olaf and a Veigar.
Yeah, and this is what I mean about like fundamentals as I'm rewatching it on my other monitor. It's like at that point, when you have Elder Drake at 2k, against an Olaf, you can't really afford to commit to the 50-50. You need to stop damage, turn on the Olaf, kill him, and allow your jungler to smite at the appropriate time. Because what happened in that was Sync smited at like 1600, which put it down in like low enough for Tyrus to just run in and smite. And it is that kind of fundamental that I really want to see Team Dark work out, because the best teams generally don't make those mistakes. I mean, some do. Human error always comes into it, and human error now has taken game 1 away from Viv and game 2 away from Team Dark. So as we head towards a game 3, now we get to see, is it going to be Team Dark with another cheesy pick as we head to break? I can tell you, Team Dark are going to be on red side. They'll have last pick available. We've got 3.5 minutes and we'll see what they end up picking. Stay with us.
Ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC, where we are in Game 3 between Viv Esports and Team Dark. And we've had a little bit of everything in this series. We've had the ups, the downs, the good team fights, like the emotional roller coaster of an Elder Smite Seal. And I really wonder what Game 3 has left for us, because this could be anything right now.
It could be anything, especially with Team Dark. It could literally be anything. That's the funny thing. It could literally be anything, everything. Whatever champion you're thinking about, it could be. Except for Master Yi, Zen, and Yumi, of course. But we touched about that already, because those champions are banned. But yeah, I'm honestly very excited to see what Team Dark is going to be pulling off in this draft. Because as you mentioned, they're on the red side this time. The loser picks the side. They, of course, picked the red side. So they're going to be able to pick that last pick, right? Like, they're going to have that unpredictable last pick, which Viv Esports is not going to have any idea what it's going to be. So it's going to be a bit hard for Viv to draft, Stress.
Yeah, it is going to be a tricky one to draft. We still got a few minutes before we get to the picks and bans for this series. Let's check in with Carmeline and see what her key points are coming out of Viv's Game 2 win.
Hello here. I'm here back to talk about this past series, this past game, which was quite interesting, quite intrepid. I barely can look at the screen out of nervousness. But the first thing we're going to be talking about is, you know, the eternal question. Are Team Dark innovating or the first time in? Is it an Alistar situation like last week? Is it not? Has this been practiced before? Honestly, at this point, I don't really know. You've got the Yasuo, you've got the Leona, not so outlandish picks, but definitely out of the normal for what you say in a game this level. So let's see if they can bring that to the next game. And talking about the next game and everything that's been happening in the past one, we also need to talk about my next point, which is Chaos is my name, or not my name, but Team Dark's and Viv's ship name. Like, honestly, it was so chaotic. It was so messy. The team fights, the objectives, the everything that was involved, even the itemization. So I don't know, guys. I think I want to see something more clean, you know, like more structured instead of what we saw in the last game in those regards. And lastly, we need to say this. One too many objectives given over to Viv by Team Dark. Go from that Elder Dragon, which was last one, to the Baron, to the other dragons. It seemed like Team Dark really didn't find the footing in that one game. So I'm hoping they can finally focus on that as well, because I haven't seen, like, what have they gone, like 3 dragons at most in this series. So please give us something more. Thank you very much. And Viv, you can also get kills, you know, besides that. So that's been it for me. Thank you very much. Back to our casters, Trust and House.
Thank you, Carmeline. So we're going into our draft. It's going to be Team Dark on the red side. Gives some very interesting opportunities now to see where we go from here. So I thought the Yasuo actually didn't look too bad from them. Like, one mid's Yasuo was pretty good. So I guess in its own right, that would normally have been our spicy pick for the game. But then the Veigar from Kranix kind of turned everything on its head.
Yeah, Yasuo was actually a great pick in that draft. It was a really, really nice pick. It worked very well with the composition. I would say more that Elegi on the Wukong was not necessarily a good pick, because we saw him struggle a lot. He was really desperately trying to get those good ultimates, right, for Yasuo to follow up. But throughout that entire game, they did. I don't believe they got a single good combo where Yasuo ulted like more than 2 men, basically, because Elegi was just unable to engage into that composition stress. So now I think this is possibly the most interesting drafting scene that we've ever had on the broadcast. Like, for me, it is. Like, I love seeing Team Dark draft personally, and seeing them play in this game, which is the last chance qualifier. Lose, you're out. This is the last game, Stress.
Yeah, and I think I agree with you. This might be the most interesting draft that we've had of the entire WREC, because I'm like, we've just had 2 cheesy picks. Well, like, I say cheese. It's not really cheese. Veigar's fine. It makes total sense into composition in the same way that the Rammus did. Now we get to see where do we go. A lot of the bans are going to be the same, with Viv taking out the Lee Sin, Team Dark taking out the Gragas. It's going to be the Rakan ban on blue side, actually. Really interesting, because we just saw Floor play it. It looks like they don't want to focus that out of it. Maybe they're anticipating Camille being left up again.
I think that's the case, because like as Team Dark, you have to ban away Camille, because Milip's Camille is incredibly good. Even though they won against it, I still want to say that you have to ban it, because Milip on Camille is just incredibly powerful. Viv actually bans away the Wukong. That's a very interesting one. Team Dark is going to ban Camille here, right? You would expect them to just... They banned Olaf, actually. They put more priority on the Olaf, and surely Viv just takes Camille right here, Stress.
Yeah, that's got to be the pick here for Viv. I'm looking at what else. The Ziggs is up if they really want it. I think Camille makes total sense. I don't expect Team Dark to pick up the Ziggs unless they're going to try and run the Rammus type of thing again. But in game one, when they were on red side, they did pick up Ziggs for that first pick in bottom lane.
Oh my god, can you imagine, Stress, if like the same draft happens and Viv just bans away the Rammus?
Oh no, is it actually happening?
That would be hilarious. It is happening. We see the Ziggs. Man, is Viv gonna ban the Rammus? That would be the biggest meme ever, where Rammus genuinely gets banned.
If they draw a Rammus ban in phase 2, I'm going to be so surprised. I'm going to be so shocked. Graves picked up that's going to be able to flex between jungle and top lane.
Oh,
I believe we've even seen it in the middle lane as well in one game. I think it was Snitch yesterday playing it. So... That kind of throws a little bit of a difference here, because I think it gives you some pretty decent lane presence, some pretty decent side lane as well from the side of Team Dark. Now, Viv, will it be an early pick on the AD carry? Wow, it's actually Tyrus taking away the Sin Shao this time. After 2 games of it being Team Dark, they picked the Sin Shao, picked this early. I mean, Camille and Sin Shao are going to kill whatever they touch very, very quickly.
That's the thing, but if you look at Graves actually hard counters Xin Shao, because Graves is low range, he can very easily get into the Xin Shao, so these teams are putting a lot of priority on the Xin Shao. I know Xin Shao is strong because of the new buffs, he's very strong. Of course, it's a very good pick into the Ziggs, by the way, like it's an incredibly good pick into the Ziggs, but into the Graves, you're taking a bit of a risk right here, Stress. And yet again, we see Camille Gallia, which I believe Viv had in the first game as well. Alistar this time. Ooh, Alistar. That's a nice pick.
Team Dark are going to maintain their Varus ban. My guess is Viv probably will ban Corki and Rammus. No, it won't be Rammus because they got the Alistar. Okay, so they won't do Rammus. Corki is what typically they've played a lot of with this Alistar. Wait, what am I doing? I've lost my mind. Yeah, hang on a second. I need to undo everything I just said because they already have Ziggs and they already have Alistar. Screw what I just said. Hells, I'm going to let you take it away.
No problem, bro. It happens. So yet again, Team Dark banning away the Ahri. It nearly happened to me as well.
It's infectious.
I was gonna say banning away the Sharks, but they ban away the Ahri from Sharks, of course, because that is his pocket pick. We saw him play it. We heard it before from other teams. This is his pocket pick. So I'm wondering what they're gonna be picking for Sharks in this game. Then we have Camille in the Baron lane. I don't think he's going to be playing the Galio. Galio is very likely going to be going into the support. And Diana is also banned, which is also one of his power picks. Team Dark actually banning away the Senna, even though they actually had quite an easy time beating it, Stress.
Yeah, I actually think also Senna into Alistar is not exactly... You're not going to be able to eat through the Alistar very quickly. So I'm surprised. I think this might be like a scaling AD carry game from the side of Kranix. Like we maybe look towards the Jinx or a Vayne if they want to go that direction. Not the best with Galio, but there are options to go through the Alistar. And depending on what Team Dark pick here as their 4th pick, if it's something particularly tanky and short range, then Vayne, I think, shoots up in priority.
Put the Galio in mid lane and pick Lulu Vayne.
You could do that for sure, because Galio had those adjustments to allow you to build AP a little bit better.
Yeah, his ultimate skills harder with AP, and he's already pretty good with AP.
Oh, and Set as well, another short-range champion.
Vayne, right? That's the Vayne then, right? It has to be a Vayne. It just has to be. You're up against so many tanky champions. It just has to be a Vayne. But what I'm looking at right now is that last empty pick from Team Dark, right? Like that's the thing that everyone is scared of. No one knows what's going to be filling that gap. I'm not even going to try to guess what's going to be filling it because I don't want to embarrass myself. It's actually a Varus who's I mean, he does pretty good into tanks, as in he can kill them off from a low amount of HP with a second ability. But I don't like it as much as the Vayne pick, which Chronix especially is incredibly good at. So let's see what they're going to be pairing, or let's see what they're going to be putting in the mid lane then. They don't have AP.
Is it going to be like Orianna mid lane because you have to blind pick something?
Garen? Against a set?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. You're especially also now blind picking Garen on melee, and that's Darius against the melee composition. So I mean, there's a lot here. This is a very strange end to the draft. No weird picks in the sense of like what's being picked, but weird in the sense of priority.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I kind of like the Darius picker because they're up against a lot of melee compositions, but Viv Esports doesn't have ability power stress. Like, sure, they have a little bit because of the Galio and the Varus, but Team Dark can just go full armor and tank up all of this damage. I don't like this draft from Viv.
No, I'm not a fan of it either. It's weird. I feel like opting into more melee range is just very strange from Viv. Team Dark, I don't know who is going to take out a lot of the damage. A lot of the tanks here. I feel like there's a bit of a struggle outside of Millip's Camille. I think it's going to be hard to take out Darius, hard to take out Set, Alistair. And they had the options available to them in this draft as well.
I feel like Viv screwed up. I don't want to say it, but I feel like they screwed up the draft, as in they don't have the tools to kill off the tanks from Team Dark.
On paper, it certainly feels like that. We'll see whether they can actually make it work in-game for themselves, but a very odd draft. Like, Varus feels bad when you're playing against tanks that get ahead. It feels horrendous to try and use Varus in team fights. Like, somebody has to be able to get them low if you're going to be able to get those kills. And for Viv, I guess that's on Millip. And you know, Millip, he's had some decent performances. I feel like this series has hinged on his split pushing and whether it has either cost or basically opened up advantages for Viv. And a third game makes it a little bit tricky right now. One of these teams is going home after this game.
I believe Fluor is going to go for some sort of a full AP Galio build, because that's the only explanation I can give. Because if you look at it the other way, everyone from Team Dark can just build a death stance. Like, Set can go for the death stance, especially the Darius, which gives armor. Graves can go for the death stance. And Elegy is already fighting Millip.
Yeah, he's already got level 2 early as well. That allows him to really put the pressure on to Millip. And it's one of those annoying things is like, you fight a Darius early, you are going to lose all your health and can't really get it back too easily.
Yeah, definitely. Camille does struggle a little bit in the early game against the Darius. Camille is a bit stronger in the late game, however. So if Viv Esports reaches the late game, I think they're still going to be at a disadvantage because of that composition, just not having a lot of ability power. Because Elegy on the Darius surely is going to be getting that death stance as his second item. And when that happens, you're going to be struggling. He's going to be super tanky.
Yeah, he's going to be tanky. He'll be able to control team fights pretty effectively as well. That's the thing, is like there's always going to be team fights. And here's one early on, as that's a double knockup coming through from Juicy in the bottom lane for first blood. He roams mid. Juicy gets the first kill of the game.
I want to say something about that. One mid, I think one mid took a turret shot on purpose to amplify his second ability right there. We will see it during the replay, but if that's the case, that would be the best set play ever, because, I don't think we're going to see a replay, because 201, Millip anticipates it, however. He anticipates the gank, even though he doesn't have a ward. Tyrus is coming for the rescue.
Tyrus is here, and so is Shargs. They've caught one
so
out, but look, the damage is not quite here yet as Fleur is trying to get into a position. Shargs is actually going to die on the back line, as Sync is the one to take it down. Now there's no damage up front to be able to kill Shargs or Elegy. Viv have been peeled around the map, and Team Dark are going to obliterate them for now as Millip jumps over the wall with a hook shot. It's 3 kills to 1 on this game. Already a 1,700 gold lead for Team Dark.
And that's the thing. Graves also passively stacks up armor. The longer the team fight goes, the harder it gets to kill Sync on that Graves. And we can already see Sync has the mechanical skills to pull off the Graves. He is the player to pull it off, and he's already doing it. And if it is already happening, Stress, when there is no armor across the board yet, then how bad is he going to get in the mid-lane game? This is not looking too good for Viv Esports right now.
Hells, are you an AP Varus enjoyer?
It's an AP Varus.
Do you like yourself some AP Varus with the stinger? We'll touch on that after this replay. Check out the set to see whether he takes the shot.
Yeah, so he took a turret shot. He did. You saw that? He did take that turret shot. I don't know if it was on purpose, but he did take the turret shot, which amplified his second ability, allowing him to deal more damage with it. He waited for the Alistar engage, and then he dealt the true damage to both of them. I'm not sure if he did it on purpose, but it was great. So AP Varus, Stress. I know you're a Varus enjoyer. I've played a bit of an AP Varus as well. I know that it's a late game thing. So now it actually changes the game, right? It kind of changes the game where Viv Esports does win the late game. I don't want to say that with confidence because I still think Team Dark can, but they do have an incredibly strong late game with Millip on the Camille and then the AP Varus with that frontline Garen as well, Stress.
Yeah, so basically what it swaps out is you say, screw Varus' early and mid game, where he's really, really strong. Let's build completely to shred through tanks in the late game, which is what they need. And now they're going to go aggressive top lane onto Elegy. Elegy does not have his flash available, but can't get taken down. So late game is going to have damage. But the one thing it does do is, like, Varus has to auto attack a lot to get the stacks of his passive up. And that means he has to play a lot less safe than you normally would do on a Varus. So it's now on Kranix just to see how he plays this out. He might be getting ganked in the middle lane as Rift Herald has been taken down. He's been forced to join the fight as Viv. They have all 5 people there. Chains of Corruption is going to lock down. There's the Ziggs ultimate to try and put damage out ahead. Kranix had to flash out over the wall as well. And this is where Viv cannot afford to fight in the early game as they do not have the strength. The set ultimate's going to come through, gets a suplex as Tyrus doesn't quite last under the tower, does get taken out in the end. 5 kills to 2 plus Rift Herald goes over to Team Dark.
I'm not sure why Viv is fighting Team Dark because Varus, AP Varus is absolutely beyond useless in the early game. So they're essentially in a 4 versus 5 situation. I'm really not sure why they took that fight because right now they not only lost the first turret, they not only lost the Rift Herald, they also lost the Dragon. They have pretty much lost every single thing that could have potentially allowed them to compromise and get a little bit of gold back. Now they're actually 4,000 gold behind Stress. And even though the Varus is not that behind, Tyrus is not even hitting 3k gold yet. And as you look into that replay as well, it just doesn't work. Like, you can see Ziggs dealing far more damage than the Varus just with his ultimate, really. And Kranix is just kind of sitting in the backline. You can see he's tickling one mid, really not doing anything. And I just don't understand why Viv is taking these fights. It's not the power of that composition. The power of that composition is reaching that late game. Even though Xin Zhao does fall off in the late game, you have other tools at your disposal to win the late game. And right now, Elegy as well, over 1,000 gold ahead. Sync, over 1,000 gold ahead. And just even 201, nearly 1,000 gold ahead, Stress. Like, this is starting to look like a snowball from Team Dark.
It's starting to look like it, and that's a bad position to be in for Viv, because we've come from the situation where Viv were in the game 5 against Gamelord, looking to make their way into finals against WREC, and now it's just kind of gone from bad to worse again for Viv. They dropped down to the lower bracket, and now they're in a situation where 1 game away potentially from being eliminated, as Juicy's going to get a double pulverize combination. As Elegy can't quite trade it back in exchange for Viv. But Viv, wow, that's a top lane kill going over to Team Dark, because Sharks ends up dropping. Now they're going to push the turret down. This is, again, another kill going over to Team Dark. Yeah. They are falling apart at the seams.
Why is Kranix looking for fights? Of course you're not going to win that early game fight. Varus really starts to come online after you get that Rabadon's Death Cap. Nash just do it, Rabadon's Death Cap, or he may even go for an Infinity Orb, but Alec is going for the 1v2.
Yeah, and Fleur is here as well, but there's damage. This Darius is just going to destroy you. Gives the kill over to Juicy. This bloodthirsty cow is 2-0-3 on the game already. Going to be very hard to kill, and that's the problem with this composition is now you don't even have the early game fighting with the composition that you have. You are waiting purely for this Varus to come online, and it's a long way from getting there.
Yeah, wow. And as you look into this replay right here, that was a beautiful suplex by one mid, using just doing it to Sharks, and then Sync following up with his ult, or following up with the Graves as well, taking a turret too. Team Dark is really accelerating the route, and 7,500 gold lead already. And look at that damage from Mario. Even though Viv is pushing the turret, did you see how much damage one bomb deals? 2 bombs and he got Tyrus at 60% health already.
Yeah, Mario being able to use this Ziggs, and I mean, it's been a high priority for Team Dark. They've been able to secure it first rotation on red side every single time in this series, and now Floor is going to drop from this. He's going to absorb some of the time from Team Dark, but it's only one way out of that, and that is back to the fountain for Floor. Oh, it's looking bad for Viv right now. This is looking horrendously bad. There's not really too many options to get them back in the game from here.
Yeah, I mean, the only option, of course, is if Team Dark screws up somehow, some way, and Viv can still get the Varus to the 3-item power spike. But I mean, look at Varus. He's stuck at the Nashor's Tooth right now. Meanwhile, Team Dark is closing up on finishing off 2 items already. It just looks like a snowballing fiesta from Team Dark at this point. Like, Chronix on the Varus, it's just going to take way too long to scale up. It's like, we're at least going to have to wait till like 15 minutes into the game before Chronix does like even remotely does any damage. Like right now, as you can see, he just doesn't have the items yet.
I guess what I don't get is if you knew you had to build anti-tank, why did you pick Varus? That's the thing. It's like AP Varus, like sure, he'll be able to delete tanks in the late game, but like, are you not sacrificing so much with this pick in the early game? That is it even worth it? That would be my question, and maybe that's results based or hindsight playing off. I'm just gonna let Flo die from here. He's eventually gonna die, but 6. I mean, is it worth trading that much for this Varus? Is it that useful?
For the Galio, you mean? Like I think he wasted his time, to be honest. He didn't really get a lot of gold, but Millip is fighting Elegi.
Oh, sorry, I meant in draft. Like, as Millip is dropping low under the tower. Now, I mean, Viv have come apart at the seams. Like, this gives us time to talk about, like, if you're drafting for anti-tank and you go Varus and go AP when you had Vayne available, like you had other scaling carries available, like, why is the Varus worth it? And as you said, I don't think it is either.
It's just not really worth it at all. Like, even Orianna does better into that, because Orianna in the late game with the Void Staff destroys tanks as well.
Right.
Like, sure, I get it, right? Like, I get it. AP Varus in the late game pretty much one-shot tanks. It's crazy. But you have to get to that moment. And this is not a ranked match. This is a competitive match. Team Dark is not going to allow you to get to that moment. Team Dark is going to fight.
Yeah, Team Dark are going to fight you at every single opportunity, and now they got double taunted over the wall. Maybe there's an opportunity here, but Mario's ultimate is going to at least deal some damage from the sidelines on Ziggs. Chronix can't even get in this fight. He's trying to get close, but there's no vision. He can't auto to get the passive on to try and proc it for the damage.
And then the problem that Viv also has, they like, sure, if they can deal with the tanks, they still can't deal with Sync on the Graves. There is the Death Dance from Elegi. There is the Death Dance from 1 mid. And I would say there is the game as well. Because now at this point of the game stress, it like Viv fully relies on the Varus. And Varus has only finished half of his second item. So basically, if you don't reach 3-item Varus, you just lose the game. And I don't think Viv is going to reach it. With the attack damage champions, you're never, ever going to be killing off that composition of Team Dark. I can guarantee you that right now already. Darius, Graves, and Seth are just not going to die. Like,
not really going to happen as Tyrus is being caught. Satchel charge into the execution from Elegy, and now that means with the Rift Herald in the bottom lane and 4 members dotted around the top side jungle. Flash goes in. Well, it's actually a proto belt on top of it as Juicy ends up dropping. Couldn't get his ultimate off for him, so absorbed a lot of that damage. No apprehend to connect. And they still are pushing bottom lane with that Rift Herald. So again, it's a small kill going over to Viv with Team Dark picking up 2 turrets in exchange. They're over 10,000 gold right now.
Yep. It's an 11,000 gold lead, and they're just snowballing so hard. And especially with the new XP changes, making a comeback is even harder. And if you look at Fluor's stress, 5,300 gold. Sharks is just that here. I mean, I don't have to give it to you. He's just that. So if you look at Fluor, he has 5.3 thousand gold. And then even worse, Tyrus is sitting on 6.5 thousand gold stress. 12 minutes into the game, compared to all of the champions across the board having 10,000 gold.
Yeah, they're going to go really quickly into this fight with the Galio as well. Taunt does land, but is the backup in time as Tyrus can't get that first kill. They couldn't put the damage down onto Sync, and now Galio's down, and out goes Tyrus as well, because in the backlines, Elegy has already been ripping them apart as Mario picks one up as well, and that has to be one of those final nails into the coffin. This is the inhibitor tower already under threat. They're going to back away from it and look to set up for the objectives. Baron's up in 30 seconds. If they secure that, I think this is all but done as Team Dark. They're 16 kills to 3, 15,000 gold in the lead. This is Team Dark knocking Viv out. Surely it has to be.
I mean, at this point, Team Dark is even duct taping the coffin. Like, the nails had already been put in it throughout the early game when Viv screwed up at the Rift Herald, and at this point, it's just over. And they're just, like, they're kind of playing around with it. And like, 15,000, nearly 16,000 gold lead. Only 12 to 13 minutes into the game. It's huge. Like, surely, I mean, sure, Kranix is getting that rabbit on stat cap sometime soon, but it's already too late. Like, at this point of the game, it's not going to do that much. Like, you're not going to one-shot them. You're just going to do a lot of damage, because that's the thing with Varus. Even though he's behind, he's still going to do a lot of damage because he has the percentage damage, but it's just not going to be enough. It's clearly not going to be enough stress.
Yeah, it isn't. Viv, they're checking in. You can't face check like that. There's even the multi-person taunt. Doesn't matter. If Floor had any ability with the team to maybe win that fight, that would have been perhaps a game-winning play, but nobody was there. Nobody could do anything. Look, there's not even any damage sticking on to Team Dark. Viv, surely this is just a Baron and end the game from here. This is a very clean game from Team Dark. This is the basics that I wanted to see from them. They played a very straightforward game, and from what has been a crazy series, I think Viv maybe bought into the craziness a little bit too much and have been pulled apart at the seams by Team Dark.
I mean, I don't know what happened though. Like, it's just, it feels as if we're constantly seeing a different Viv Esports, because Tyrus is 0-5 in this game. And in the last game, he made the hero play, stole the Elder Dragon, and hard carried on Olaf. What's happening? Like, sure, we look into the replay, but I want to talk about this. Viv Esports feels like the least consistent team in Europe, but they're also one of the best. Even though they're getting destroyed there, I still want to say with confidence that Viv Esports is one of the best teams. They're just not consistent, Stress. And here, yet again, like, they're going for a fight.
Yeah, they're going for the fight. They've got the Chains of Corruption, and one mid actually absorbs all of those ultimates, takes so much damage and survives from it. Sharks is trying to kill him, but he actually gets traded on. Sharks is the one that died from that, and look, here comes the attempted second engage. That's a big stun. Good knock up in the middle of this, and Millip is trying to get anything done. Kranix is so low health, he is having to back himself away, and Sync is running for it, but Elegy wasn't even in that fight. Elegy was pushing top lane, and I think that it's probably going to be enough, because Millip is getting run out of the base in the bottom lane. Elegy is able to clear through top lane, get that inhibitor with the Baron buff minions. I don't know that Kranix has enough here on his own to be able to push back one mid and Elegy.
Yeah, Kranix doesn't have enough items. You can even see, like, he's just getting run down in his own base.
Execute comes through, and that means Viv Esports are eliminated by Team Dark out of the lower bracket. No more chances remain. Team Dark hang on 2-1 against Viv Esports.
It happened. Viv Esports has fallen to Team Dark from being one game. I believe they were one game away from reaching Barcelona at one time, or like getting close to it, or reaching it was one game against Game Lord. Yeah. Now to actually losing against a team like Team Dark, who showed a very surprising performance today, showing that they are the crazy team that can pull off crazy picks, and you just can't draft against them, because yet again, Viv lost because of the draft stress.
Yeah, although this one was, in my mind, more of a standard draft. Like, this draft, I think, had weaknesses. I feel like Viv had so many options up until the Varus Garen rotation, and then after that, it's just like, all right, well, they're never going to be able to deal with this if we build more tanks and more engage. I mean, maybe it's not that simple. Maybe there's something I'm missing, but it certainly feels like this from Team Dark was one of the more standard games that we've seen from them.
I mean, yeah, definitely. And about Viv Esports, as I said, like, I feel like Tyrus is just not as consistent as a jungler. He's an incredible player. We know what he can do. He's dominated like some very good junglers before, but then other games he goes 0-7 Lee Sin, he goes 0-6 Xin Zhao, right? Like it's not. They need more consistency. They are an absolutely incredible team, but they just don't have the consistency, and they're perhaps also lacking a bit of drafting. And then Chronix as well. I think he would be the best player in the team, but it's just he's not getting the picks that he needs. And also the opposite side of the map is just not winning as they should. Like Chronix is not even getting the chance to carry this game, Stress.
Yeah, it's a really odd situation to watch them. Whereas for Team Dark, I think I love the ideas that Team Dark bring to the table, even all the way back to that Amumu support. I want to see them like in the time now where, you know, if they were to advance to Barcelona, I would love to see them tidy up some of their play. I don't want them to lose the rough edges that is like the Rammus and the Amumu and that kind of thing. I just think there are some things that they kind of like let the games go a little bit crazy. I think this third game actually was a really, really good example of when Team Dark are playing, that they know how to keep winning and advancing their lead, because this was a very clean, quick game from them.
And this was a very clean, quick game indeed, being ahead 20,000 gold, by the way. As you can see, Eligi in this game not even dying once, and the rest only dying once each. It was just a complete steamroll. It was a complete steamroll, and especially Flora and Tyrus really didn't find their spots in this game. Both of them being down a lot of gold and levels as well, just really not being able to do anything in this game. And honestly, I want to give massive credits to Team Dark, however, because they are this very scary threat in the draft. You just don't know what you're up against, and I feel Viv tried to confuse them with the Varus pick. Unfortunately, it didn't work because Team Dark just dominated them. They played that composition perfectly, and as you can see, just across the board, every single team member from Team Dark dealing more damage than Viv.
Yeah, just, I mean, I don't really think teams are going to want to face Team Dark on red side. I think it seems so strong for them to be able to play that out. That's as clean a game as you're going to see.
Yeah.
I like seeing teams with one of these gold graphs where it's just all the way over to one side. I mean, that's the thing, is this is where Team Dark looks so good, is like when they play with this kind of confidence and they know how to extend their lead. This is where I'm like, oh yeah, of course, that's Team Dark. There we go. They're doing, a very solid performance. And even with some of the crazy stuff that happens, but then those games where you just feel like, there's some things that need tweaking. But nevertheless, Team Dark do advance in the lower bracket. They await the winner of our second series of the day. So it is not over for Team Dark. For Viv Esports, that is the end of the road for them. We're going to go over to an interview with Carmeline and Mario from Team Dark.
Mario, welcome here once again. As the only caster who supported you guys in the predictions, I feel honored for you winning, and I want to know how you feel about it as well. How is the team feeling? How are you feeling?
More or less, we actually we felt really nervous. We're also really anxious because we know that VIP Esports, they were a really good team. They were in the top 4 in the WREC. So focus on their drafts. We know that they play Vayne. So in the first game you see us banning Vayne, and then the third game you see us banning Olaf. It's all because we know that they play really good with those champions.
And we need to talk about your picks as well, because I mean that Rammus in the first game was completely unexpected for many of us. Then you go with Yasuo in the second game. What goes really behind those picks? Because we talked last week about how you and Yuzi sometimes exchange roles, and one plays Alistar, the other plays Corki, not necessarily be in your respective roles. But I want to talk about where do these picks come from and how do they adapt to the new meta?
For the Ramos pick, it's more or less because I've chosen an AD carry or an AP carry which could push the lane, which would have the priority for the lane, where else Ramos could just gank or go through in other lanes to help our other maybe a top lane or even mid lane to extend the advantage for our other lanes. And yeah.
Okay, and that's the last question. What team would you like to face tomorrow? Which one do you feel more prepared to face?
I think that we are more prepared to face DQ because last time we already lost DQ one game, and we have looked at the videos, like the games we played before, and then we just like decided, like we figured out where we had the mistakes. We figured out like where we should improve and how to have a better draft than them.
Okay, so good luck, Mario. This has been the interview. Good luck for tomorrow. Once again, congratulations for winning today. And that's it. Back to the casters, stress and health.
Well, there we have a little bit of the explanation on the Rammus. Congratulations to Mario and the rest of Team Dark. I mean, it kind of makes sense, like when you can give the space to roam out like that. I guess, does that mean are we calling it like River Rammus, something like that? I don't know. It doesn't really need a name as such. I don't think it's going to get picked up too much. But that is one of the strengths of Team Dark. I mean, they come out with these different picks that teams aren't prepared for, and Viv fall today against them. And I think Team Dark showing that they are a team that can take out top teams when they get the draft that they need. And taking a look at the play of the game from game number 3, I think this one was a lot more standard. This I feel a lot more confident. Is you're just like, okay, Team Dark, just a solid team overall.
It is. Yeah, I would have loved to see this one indeed, which is the first Rift Herald. Exactly. Like I was going to say, I really would like to see this one because this is where Viv screwed up. This is where Team Dark played their composition to their powers because they have the stronger early game composition. And Viv just went for a desperate fight, trying to go for the Rift Herald. But at that stage of the game, Team Dark secured the turrets, they secured the Rift Herald, and they secured the Dragon, which got them ahead by 4,000 gold only 5 minutes into the game. And from that point on, the line just went like that. So indeed, that is the play of the game. That's where Team Dark basically secured themselves pretty much the victory and made it very hard for Viv Esports to come back. Yeah,
Viv just weren't able to use their comp in a way that could allow them back into the game. I think they needed to stall way too long, and Team Dark were willing to fight them every single opportunity. And part of the reason they were willing to fight is the MVP of the series. I think one player kind of makes sense here, even in the game that Team Dark would end up losing. We've given the MVP over to Juicy, who goes by the name 201. It was the Rammus in the first game, plus then, you know, the great performances in game 2 and game 3. I think just a very solid overall. It was really coming to his own.
Yeah, of course, it's 201 Juicy with that Rammus in the first game. Like, honestly, whatever happened in any other game, I would have just given him the MVP. Like, him pulling off that Rammus in the first game as a support is such a bold move, Stress. Like, you're up against Viv. It's such a scary team to face, right? And if you just pick a Rammus support and you make it work so well, incredible from Juicy right there. Like, definitely an MVP. And then the other games showed very consistent performance. Second game, he played well as well, even though they lost. And then the third game on the Alistar to Stress, just doing what he has to do. As you can see right there, 206, perfect gameplay.
Exactly. I think it's been such a solid point for Team Dark. Like, Juicy's been a really consistent member of the team, even though sometimes we feel like they aren't consistent in the same way that we said Viv aren't. But, I mean, that was a really impressive series from them to be able to close that. I was a little worried after game 1 for Team Dark that it was all going to be just on that Rammus, but game 3 kind of settles it for me that Team Dark certainly deserved that 2-1 win over Viv. Viv knocked out of the WREC. They will not be able to make it to Barcelona. Team Dark's opportunity there still available. We have Team Queso going up against Control in our second series of the day to figure out who else is going home and who else is advancing on the road. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second series of the day.
frozen over, stuck in time, out of breath in my mind. Is this how it will be when you promise this, you and me? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You will always be the deepest part of me. Heavy hearts healed in time, memories stuck in mine. Never believed I'd start again, that our search was at its end. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say that you will. Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever, forever us? Could it be us? Could it be us till forever? Till forever? Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. You'll always be a part of me. Till forever. You'll always be a part of me. Say you'll be mine. Say that you will, say that you will. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark. The sky is lonely without the sun. It cried for years, an ocean of tears. It's how it's begun. Bye bye, my love. I'll shine for you in the dark with my tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. My tribe of stars. The night breathes fire. Your eyes so bright. The dark will guide us through the night.
you know we getting hype. Everybody round, 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 you know we getting hype.
Welcome back, everybody, to the WREC. It is time for our second series of the day between Team Queso and Control. I'm Stress, joined by Carmeline here for our second series. And I know that you being a Team Queso stan, I know that it's a very obvious pick for you. But I mean, these are two fan favorites, right? We've got Queso get a lot of support, and I think Control have over the last few months picked up quite a lot of support as well.
Look, Stress, at this point in time, we've got Hells as a fanboy for Control here, and also Stuart. So honestly, I'm gonna go full Team Queso fan. I've contained in here. I've contained myself for quite a few games, and that's enough. I'm just going full in for this. Oh my god, trust the plan, isn't it?
The memes are coming through from our last series. There's the support we're talking about for Control. Despite working at Mad Lions for 2 years, my Spanish is terrible.
Go to the end.
Yeah, well, I only know a few words in Spanish. One is vamos, and the other is like vale. That's about all I learned from working in a Spanish team for 2 years. So we got a lot of Control fans, a lot of Queso fans. You mentioned that Hells is a Control fan. And I know he's jealous a little bit that he's not being able to cast Control. But I mean, I do want to hear from Hells, though, what his key points are for this series. I wonder whether they're all going to be focused on Control. Let's drop in, see what he's got for our second series of the day.
That's right, Stress. I'm a massive Control fan, but let's just get into the key points. So both teams have incredibly aggressive supports, right? Like both teams have very, very aggressive supports. Metonot and Kamolto. Both of these guys, the Thrashes, the Rakans, just roaming around over the map constantly, and they make the plays. And then talking about another role is also the ADCs. And I want to highlight this as well. Both teams have very good ADCs, although like we just haven't seen much from Joey yet, but I'm still gonna put it as a point because I know it. Like I personally know it. I know Joey for years upon years already. It's not only from Wild Rift. I know how good this guy is, and I'm just waiting for the moment where he starts to shine. I'm waiting for the moment where he fully enables his potential and starts to shine. And then Jash as well on KTRL, an incredible player, and especially on the ADCs, right? I know he's good at Corki. I don't want to see the Corki. No, I'm just joking. You know, whatever you want to draft, you draft. But yeah, still, Team Queso is the heavy favorite, right? Like I love KTRL. A lot of people love KTRL, but we gotta be honest. Team Queso is the heavy favorite right there, especially with Andres and Acolyte. These are some incredible players that KTRL has to deal with. So let's see how they deal with them. So we're gonna be getting into the draft very shortly. So back to Stress and Carmeline to get you into it.
Thanks, Hells. I know you and I both predicted with our heads instead of with our hearts. So Team Queso, certainly the likely favorite in this. Yeah, we predicted Team Queso. I mean, we saw enough cheese in our first series out of Team Dark that I thought, well, you know, cheese is the prevailing thought of the day here. It's Team Queso taking on Control. Let's take a look at the lineups. Acolyte, Andres, Veos, Joey, Skaggs, and Methanort. On Clamares, Raidazito, Kaguzin, Jash, and Kamolto on the side of Control.
Is a coach playing again for Control?
So last time Clamares was playing in top lane. We'll see whether it stays that way. So Clamares, I think Stuart was saying, did originally play Origin Series. So it does have some competitive experience. It may very well be this. When we get into game, we'll see exactly where that lineup is going. But that's where it stands for now.
Okay, I was just asking because last week I know that one player got sick or something and he couldn't play, so Clamares has stepped in. But I know he's pretty well known in Spain, Clamares. There are a few memes about him, I have to say, but generally well known.
Well, memes means some kind of notoriety. So I had it confirmed that Clamares is in the lineup for today's series. I think that does tip it a little bit more towards Queso's side of things because, I mean, Acolyte and Andres have ripped apart some of the top lanes as a duo. So for those of you perhaps that haven't watched a whole lot of Team Queso, it has been some time outside of yesterday that we've seen them. I mean, they play a lot for their jungle. They play a lot for Andre. In my mind, I actually think Queso are the most weakened team by the bans on Yuumi, for instance, because I think, they showed us Yuumi in the open bracket, and I think they looked incredibly strong with it. So the fact that it's not available, I think they're the team hit hardest. But expect them to funnel a lot into Andre out of the jungle, give him a good, strong jungle pick, and allow them to play from there. We head into the draft, and let's see exactly what it's going to be.
Hey, let's see. Nothing just yet. I'm expecting Darius to appear at some point for Acolyte. I mean, I know it's his favorite champion. If it isn't, the poor guy is having to play like every single game. But just for now, we're going to stick to the bans. And we've seen Karma, we've seen Shen, we've seen Zed being banned even though it's not playable currently. So maybe Olaf, even Gragas. Again, there are many bans that have been repeated over and over again. And the first one for Team Queso is going to be nothing.
Lagging.
Wow.
Okay, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I know that sometimes we do get a slight delay before the update. I'm going to assume Queso did actually ban something. We'll work with production to get that updated and see exactly where it's going. I think you mentioned some really specific ones there that make sense. Karma is really annoying. I have played way too many lanes into Karma while having to ban Master Yi that if I didn't need to ban Master Yi in every single game, I would totally ban Karma in every game because she just one-shots you with her Q. It's going to be the set banned away from Team Queso. I'm going to see whether we can get an update.
Okay, in the meantime, Fred, again, a really powerful pick against certain champions. Lucian is also going to be banned. Maybe just pointing to is a potential vein like we saw being played by Team Queso in the last series, so you just cut those ties in case they happen. And honestly, 2 enchanters had time been banned by Control. Not really any bans going over to Andres, which is interesting because he usually is the focus of that. So, yeah.
And with 3 bans already towards support, Rakan goes up in priority. I've been told that it actually was an expired ban, like the ban timed out from Team Queso. That Thresh ban against Kamulto, we saw Kamulto playing a ton of Thresh in all of the series so far. I mean, he's played a lot of Galio, he's played a lot, not a lot of Rakan because it's not been available, but I would assume that he can play it. Camille picked as the first pick for Team Queso. Going to give Acolyte a comfort pick up in that top lane.
Camille's getting a lot of prio today. We've seen it in several games, and I think it's quite understandable. It's a really versatile champion. You can take her to the top lane, to the jungle as well. And as a response, we've got Control's playing Varus, which again depends. This is going to be an AP Varus.
No, I think this is probably, at this point in the game, I think it's going to be AD. Clamaras has played a lot of Wukong when we've seen him play. I think that's probably going to be where he'll default to if it's available. Seems to be a playable lane just about into Camille. There's the Rakan that we're kind of anticipating out of Kamulto. So now where do we go? Galio, one option on the side of Team Queso, pairs very well with that Camille. But I also expect them to draft towards jungle here because picking up a strong jungle before we hit the second wave of bans will give Andre quite a strong position, whether it's the Kha'Zix or the Xin Shao we've seen a few times. Could be the likes of the Lee Sin, one of those picks where it's a little bit more active in the early game. There's the Galio, though, coming out already for Queso as expected.
Okay, Galio, which potentially will go to the bot lane.
Most likely.
Rakan and Varus. I find it quite interesting. You're not going to have the same range. However, I think with the ultimates, they can provide so much to team fights that'll be quite, like, I don't know. I think he can bring a lot to this dragon lane. And then Gragas, which I'm assuming he goes to the mid lane here. Unless we've got the double, Gragas, Galio bot lane. I'm going to be assuming he goes to the mid lane. And it'll be quite good to dissuade certain champions. If Control wants to play Diana, for example, it's going to be quite good against her. So again...
Gragas isn't the most Andre champion, but it could go to the jungle as well. That from where we're at right now, that would be my expectation. And we need to see a little bit more revealed from either the jungle or the mid lane matchup. One of those is going to have to be picked by Control on their 4th rotation here, as Darius is picked up for the top lane. I mean, Acolyte, being a Darius main or favorite champion, knows how to play this lane matchup, so I don't think it's going to be too tricky on that. But it's about the team fights, right? You've got Camille short range, Gragas short range, Galio short range. Now we need to see where Team Queso can kind of widen things back up and put that pressure on the Darius with some more deep, more depth of field in their team fights, if that makes sense.
Totally. It does make sense, and I really hope to see a champion that can actually provide that to the team. For now, they've won Senna, just in case they want to play the Funeral Senna, We don't want that in our games. We've seen that today. That was enough, more than enough. And the Olaf that we were talking about previously will also be banned, in this case, going over to Ryder Cito. We don't want to see this champion, which also makes sense because Lulu was banned. And if you give this Olaf a Yumi and Lulu, you know what he can do. So again, we take him off the table, no one can play it.
Yeah, where's this last one going to go? Is it Jinx or Vayne or something like that going to get taken out? The Kha'Zix away from Andre. So I do understand that, and it kind of now lends itself to, does that Gragas remain in the jungle position? Where Control reveal? If they reveal a short range champion, I think the opportunity for a scaling champion like Vayne goes up quite a bit from the side of Queso. They also have the likes of if they want to pick up a Kai'Sa on top of this Camille pick. I think Ahri is one of the safe mid laners that gets banned out a whole lot. So now we get to see where Control go. What's the safe mid laner that's available? Diana, you mentioned already. Not the safest mid laners, but it's playable.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like the mid lane champion pool for basically every single mid laner is quite restricted. It depends a lot on what the rest of the team wants to play, not like all the metas in which the mid laner was dictating what was played where. We've got Shin's now, another champion that get a lot of spotlights in these games. Again, a really aggressive for times champion, really good in the 1 versus 1. You really need to give this champion some resources, because otherwise he falls behind, and without them he just is entirely is worthless for the rest of the team. And a Morgana.
So
okay.
Morgana could likely be that bot lane carry for Joey. It would be moving away from AD carries. Could also be in the mid lane if that Gragas is going into the jungle. Black Shield's going to help a little bit on that single target. There's the Lee Sin that we said Andre could come out with. So that puts Joey on a mage. Hell's Devil is going to be molding from that. Joey's on like the least mechanical mage you can find. As Andre going to be the... I mean, Andre and Acolyte, as usual for Team Queso, are going to be like the primary carries, if that makes sense. Like, Joey has not had to carry Team Queso in many games at all because his top side does a ton of work. Now we get to see that Diana. I think you mentioned it all the way back on like second pick. It will be rounded out by Control. Decent team fighting for Control, like Varus, Darius, Diana. Oh, there's a lot of hard to say words in a row. That's a tongue twister. Whereas I think Team Queso, they have really good like side lane attack, right? Is like Acolyte pushes the side lane, has Andre around to kind of look for picks, and then you can bring in the Galio as well. Very different compositions to what we were seeing in Game 1, Series 1 of the day, where Control, I think they have a little bit more straightforward of a comp, but Team Queso, this is playing into their strengths.
I know, and I'm kind of worried about Team Queso here. I feel like they're missing a little bit of AD. I'm worried about the Lee Sin being too fragile in the early levels. I'm worried about the invades not being good enough. We know that Acolyte and Andres are quite a good duo, of course, but can you win a game relying solely on your top laner and your jungle? Because honestly, Yowie and Methanout have been underperforming a little bit, in my opinion. And I feel like they are dragging the team a little bit. And I know they can be really good, don't misunderstand me, but I just want to see them shine. And I feel like with these champions, they don't do that. They're like literally just relying on what the opponent knows they're going to be relying on. And I think that makes them really predictable.
I think that's fair. It makes Queso predictable in that sense. I think as we kind of already talked about a little bit, like Joey hasn't been put in a position where he's had to shine. And that's nothing about him, and everything about the way that Team Queso draft and their playstyle is so heavily towards their jungle and top lane that if their jungle and top lane don't end up converting it into a win, then it's really hard for Joey to do too much with the rest of Queso. So we're on to the Rift for game number 1 between these two teams. So Team Queso versus Control. Winner advances to next round tomorrow. Control, and Queso, the loser goes home.
Well, quite interesting here how the public is so divided. And also look at this, they're trying to get the first kill on Climaris if possible, at Darius. We were talking about the matchup beforehand and how it could affect them. And of course, it's going to be quite interesting as well as the game goes on, as the both champions start scaling up and gaining more power. For now, we just got to watch how this goes. And I feel like Bragas have a little bit of an advantage, but Diana has got more burst damage, which is going to definitely help Cargo in these early stages of the game. And I know, I'm really curious about how this is going to unfold because, again, I see it going over to Control due to how the composition is now made. And fans offensive here, Stress.
Yeah, first attempt, Cargo backs into the tower and makes Andre take a tower shot, so we'll end up evening up that trade. Kamulto on the roam already to mid lane, has been spotted out, but helping to push the lane back out. Methanaut is here as well. He actually started this game up in the top lane, attempting a gank onto Clamaris, but I mean, Clamaris has his hands full up there with that Camille Acolyte. Certainly one of the top laners we look to carry. It's Team Queso, going to secure the crab for themselves. Whoa. Andre goes all the way into the fight with the Sonic Wave. Damage down up front, Control back themselves away. Queso asserts some dominance bottom lane. I thought Queso got it. The crab actually went over to Control.
Me too. I really thought they had it. And also, this has got Cargo the opportunity to go back in lane if he wants to. Push the lane a little bit farther, but because he's back in, this is giving Vergius actually that opportunity. Now that Control has both the vision in the top lane and the bot lane river, I'm kind of worried about Team Queso because the vision is not the best out there. Like teams like Formulation Gaming have a really good vision plan, and I feel like Team Queso is a little bit behind that. So let's see again how this helps them. But I can see also how they're focusing a lot on this top lane. First items are coming through. You can see quite a lot of AP building for Team Queso. Perhaps the serrated deck going over to Andres is the only really AD right now item that we can find besides the life items for both Camille and Galio. And again, I won't say what they turn into, but I'm worried about this, about strategy. I can see as well how Andres is focusing a lot on the top lane, but I know that if Ryder City puts all his effort into it, he can get the bot lane ahead and win the first few minutes and then snowball from there. So
yeah, I mean, Ryder Zito is having to play a little bit around the aggression that Queso are playing topside, and I think it's really hard to actually activate too much around this Varus into Morgana. Morgana kind of just like absorbs the lane and pushes and then runs away. I think the one thing I would say is like Clamaris played pretty well around that defensively, knowing he was getting dove very early on thanks to the vision control you mentioned, and then not dying, not even having to burn a summoner. It absorbed a lot of time from Team Queso, gave Ryder Zito the ability to farm up a little bit quicker around the jungle, has himself a gold lead just purely from the farm alone, and that's going to give them just a slight advantage going into these first few fights of the game. Ultimates available across the board. Methanaut, we have to always be kind of aware of where that Galio ultimate's going to come from, but Kamulto has the opportunity on this Rakan. It's one of the best engaged champions, and Kamulto has looked like a great support when he's on engaged champions, so has a good opportunity to prove himself here a little bit against Team Queso.
I agree with you completely. But for now, we haven't seen much of an aggression here. They seem to be keeping to themselves, and for 4 minutes in comparison to, again, all the games, and I know these are two different teams, that, well, I talked too early.
Kick comes through as Clamaris forced the barrier, forced the flash, gets a big heal off the Decimate, but being far away from his towers means it's going to be the kill for First Blood. Going over to Team Queso as Dragon was taken by Control.
This also gives them the clue for Control that Team Queso is on the top lane, and they seem to want to go for Vergius, who was playing Ragazan in the bot lane. They decide against it, but this is telling them They are not around Dragon area. They are not taking the Herald here. So it's free for the taking, at least for now. Let's see if Team Queso can find something out of this.
Yeah, they're close enough to be able to get Andre into this fight. Taunt's going to land on 2. Might be Methanaut falling to begin this one out. Where's the damage on the back end, though, as Galio already falls from this? Andre has picked up another kill for himself, or it may very well be his first. He's holding on the flash to see whether Clamaras goes over the wall, but that Darius doesn't have it. It was stolen away as well. Team Queso go from being a slow start to within 1 minute later, 4 kills, Rift Herald, and they've already got first tower of the game down.
We also have to think that about the fact that Team Queso has had a load of practice against like really high tier teams in the past few weeks, whereas Control, the last time we saw them at the WREC was during week 4. So that definitely gives you a little bit of an edge, you know, as Team Queso, you've got more practice, more time to, you know, warm up and get through skills rolling, and that's exactly what we see here in this Herald pit. You can see the quite a good engaged by them, and when it seems Methanaut is about to die and it might go downhill for them, then it's very obvious how Control are taking way too being way too conservative, I'd say, and that's what's going to cause them the team fight, and that's what might cause them the game. They keep being like this because with the champions they've got, they should be being a lot more aggressive once again, a lot more proactive towards the team fights.
Well, Andre is the one being active around this Lee Sin with the kick when he has it. This time I had to use defensively. Going to safeguard and flash out over the wall, utilizing the mobility as we've come to expect from Andre's Lee Sin. It looks like Control want to go aggressive down at the bottom lane. They don't have Kagu here. They know he's top lane for the side of Team Queso, so they will be trying to dissuade that top lane push. Queso going to slow this game down a little bit without Andre playing on the aggression. It's harder for them to get fights started, but they are still in the lead by about 2,000 gold.
They're doing well for now. They've got the first tower, the only tower being taken during this game, but maybe not for long because Control are rotating here towards the top lane, and Vejos doesn't know what's gonna happen until now because once again the vision wasn't that good.
Had everything available to escape it if they'd have gone aggressive. He was low on mana, but did have his ultimate dead, has his flash and that body slam available should he need to use it to get out. Queso have got Rift Herald. Is that dropping bot lane? Looks like they may very well pop it as they push forward. There's not too much longer left on that cooldown, so they do have to use that at some point, as they're not even going to use it. They're just going to push down. They've got damage up front, but they won't get the turret, and that means Control can kind of regroup bot side and try and defend the push.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, for now, even though the game didn't seem to go in favor of Control, they seem to have some objectives in their hands, which is clearly good. Now, I'm thinking what Team Queso can do. You've got Methanaut rotating towards the mid lane, which again makes sense for a champion like Galio. Acolyte split pushing here on the side lanes, and let's look at this 1v1 versus Clamaras, which he's gonna choose to retreat from, it seems.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow 1v1 between these two. I don't think anyone's gonna go aggressive there. I think Clamaras knows that he is far enough behind that he doesn't want to take these trades, but with his flash and his barrier available, knows that he's safe with, as long as the turret's up behind him. Chains of Corruption off the flash from Jash. May very well start this one out. Double knock-up on the backside, and now Team Queso trying to kite back. Team Queso trying to keep themselves alive, but Andre's going to go back into the fight. Gets taken out as the stasis forced out from Joey. Joey picked up a double kill. Doesn't even need the mechanical champions in order to do it. It's going to be a single kill on the side of Team Dark as they're going back aggressive. Knockup lands off the Justice Punch, and Feos is not able to put the damage down, but in from the side comes Acolyte. Hextech Ultimatum will lock Kagu in place, and that's another kill going over to Team Queso. They get away with it. 3 kills in exchange for 1.
What? Okay, that was quite of a team fight, and I feel like in that one, I'm sure we'll see a replay. Oh, okay, apprehend there. Okay, yeah, it's just letting them go in exchange for the dragon. And again, I'm pretty sure if we don't watch a replay, Kagu with the ultimate wasn't quite okay. This is when the Gragas Diana non-synergy comes in, but for now, let's watch it.
Yeah, Control peeled off the Dragon because they know the smite advantage is there for Andre. It's actually going to go down to Joey, and it's a steal nonetheless from this. That's Joey falling on the back end, but Queso have enough health. They have enough here as the Moonfall is going to pull in about 3 members of Queso. Sonic Wave connected to double kill for Andre, and who needs 80 carries when Queso can play for their jungler?
This game is snowballing quickly. They're going to be able to take the mid lane tower here. They've got the top lane, and the bot lane is quite pushed as well, which is what Acolyte is heading right now, as well as this Herald, which is going to help them solidify what they're planning right now. And what I'm getting out of this particular team fight is how interesting Kamoto fails at engage right here, and this allows him to infiltrate, let's say, the enemy lines. You've got the TP there coming from Diana as well from Kagu, but that's where the ultimates just crash together, both Gragas's and Diana's, and there you go. They isolate themselves, they have to run away because they're low on life, and it ends up with a triple kill for Team Queso and just 1 for Control, which again is a really good example of how this is like water and oil, you know, they don't work well together.
Yeah, they don't. And one thing that is working very well, though, for Team Queso is Andre 3-1-6, 316 on the game, stone cold in the face of Control's aggression. He's had full control of the jungle, and they're going to assume control of the top side jungle now, looking to push through onto that top tower, and it just seems all too easy for Andre when he's given a composition like this that can play around him. It feels just clean. Everything goes Queso's way, and this is how they've been playing for weeks now. The patch hasn't even changed it.
No, and I feel like they've had really weak moments in all the game. It's like this one that we're seeing right here.
Yeah,
but
Komoto's going in, but look, the damage trade's back in response from Veos. They've already taken out Kagu on this fight. Komoto has fallen to Andre as well as another kill goes over to Queso. This is all but said and done right now. Another kill, 14 kills to 4. Andre got shut down by Josh, but it's only Clamara's that survives as Acolyte is pushing in the middle lane, and Queso are going to try and complete this push onto top lane.
I feel like this part, Hell is not liking Yowie on AP champions and more like supportive champions. We have to say that he's doing quite well in this one game. With 4 kills, just 1 dead and 8 assists, I think his role is being quite important. And it is also monitoring what you're going to see now, like with the Dark Binding, it's definitely helping out the team. Here's what we were talking about the ultimates, Moonfall and the Gragas ultimate as well, where they collide, and here is where Vegas will go out victoriously because it works out in his favor. And I feel like Control are not really being able to play the composition the way they will want to. Again, this composition you want to until the team fights, but the thing is, whenever they engage, whenever they start these team fights, you've got the kick by Lizin, you've got the Hextech ultimatum by Acolyte, you've got the Cascade roll by Vegas, so many things at the same time that you can't overcome that and you end up failing. So they need to pick kills here and there. Maybe this can be an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I don't know whether they're really going to be able to find too many advantageous fights. Komoto opting for TP on the Rakan. Let's see how that works out with that Mega Drive. So going to try and get these into these fights as fast as possible. As I don't know that it's really going to help. He can use it here if he wants. As Moonfall from Kagu is going to try and buy time. Team Queso have swapped side of the rift as Kagu gets blasted here. On the other side, Acolyte has been able to deny the Baron attempt. This is well played by Kagu to try and get out of that. But look, Baron attempt was stopped. Control don't have very many options here as Team Queso. They're around the dragon. They may very well have caught Methanaut though. Methanaut forced to flash. Here, however, is Joey from the side. Dark Binding plus the Tormented Soil damage is going to slow Control down as Joey now maybe caught a little bit by Josh. Didn't have that black shield available. Didn't use the flash or the exhaust to keep himself safe because maybe he thinks the rest of the team can come in here as Methanaut can't close the gap yet for the taunt. Queso forced them back. Control, hold on. 8 seconds left on the respawn from Kagu. Ooh, we're back into a fight though. Methanol walks into it as 4 members of Control do eventually take him down, and Control may have found a way back into this. Kagu's going to be the one to run the teleport into this fight now as Team Queso. Are they going to be able to do another steal here as Acolyte is going to use the Hextech ultimatum to lock him in place? Is there the damage down as Andre is very, very squishy on this? Lee Sin has built a lot of damage, but he's going to be able to pick up the first kill, try and walk it through as in goes Acolyte into the back of the fight. Acolyte's going to hold 3 people at arm's reach as Andre is already taking down the dragon. It's already gone over to Queso, and now in comes Joey into the fight. He's going to walk it through and pick up another kill as Queso managed to hang on, hold things through that dragon fight, and take the dragon for themselves.
What? Like, okay, we were talking about how Control had found a way into this game back again, but actually, no. I think they took way too long to take that dragon off, and you can see here how they were just being pushed into their own jungle, not being allowed to participate in this. And this is when Joey is about to TP once again. The ultimates are just clashing down on top of each other. Galio goes down as well. Team Queso has to retreat, and when you think everything is lost for them, at least for this one dragon, then they come back. Acolyte is the first one engaging here with the Hextech ultimatum. Josh gets pushed away, so that means that he's going to be out for a couple seconds, and then that's when things start getting complicated. And Dress, once again, with the kick, you said it, he was fragile, but he was able to push through, and there we go. Joey once again respawns, comes back here with the TP, and that was the end of the team fight for them, for Control in just a matter of about 10 seconds.
It was a long team fight. I mean, everybody's buying TP. Who even needs other boot enchants? Andre's got TP. Joey's got TP. We got an engage happening up in the top side of the rift as Queso are pushing through. No way does Veus get a kill. 1 versus 4.
What?
Nearly gets a second and deals enough damage with this Baron buff. The rest of Team Queso, they're going to get an inhib tower push onto this. Yeah, that's going to fall quick enough that that's going to drop. I mean, what was that damage from Veos' Gragas? Somehow, like, kills one in a 1v4 and nearly gets a second.
I mean, well, it's like Gragas, right? You will expect a Gragas to be a little bit more weak, but no, and what we're seeing right now is a sieging of the base, of Control's base, by Team Queso apprehend that. Ooh.
Oh, Methanol got apprehended and then decided he wants the fight anyway, as Andre is going to be able to pick up a low health target onto Clamaris, and that is going to be it. 2 waves of super minions pushing in for Team Queso. That should be enough to close this game. Low health bars are going to slow them down just a little bit here, but I think it's enough to walk it through as Andre dashes in, safeguards back out. Double taunt is going to open up the base as Veos has come into it as well. I think another TP comes through, and Team Queso are going to wipe Control to end game 1 and put themselves 1 game away from advancing.
Oh my god. Okay, so that happened in 17 minutes. We saw Team Queso go from okay, the composition is not bad, you might be missing a little bit of damage, to Team Queso being like, okay, definitely playing quite well. It was the little things that made them win, according to me. According to this team fight that we can see right now on the screen, like about 3 or 4 team fights were out for Team Queso to win this game. And again, I think it was a collaborative job between Acolyte, Joey, and of course Andres. And Vegas and Nathanael, I think they were holding the team together in terms of tankiness, in terms of health. But again, really interesting the way this composition was able to make it work against one that seems more rounded up like Controls.
Yeah, I feel like it's a rough matchup where Control don't have a set top laner here, and Clamaris comes in as part of the coaching staff by the looks of it, and you're playing up against a team that want to play for top side with a jungle carry and a top laner that's very comfortable at playing picks like Camille. I think it's a real tough ask to turn that around outside of the draft, and Team Queso just looked really good. Like, this is Andre that we're expecting. Like, the team play for him, they give him a lot of room and a lot of resources, and it allows him to play very well, and he's able to just pick and choose fights. And at no point really did it seem like Control were fighting their way back into this game, unfortunately.
No, I think they showed a little bit of weakness from the very beginning, and that shouldn't be happening. I really hope they show the control that they can be in the next game. Because if you look at this one, if you look at these results, Kago didn't get into the game at any given point in time. Kamoto was feeling quite out of his element, so he was playing a Rakan, which is supposedly within his best champions. And opposite that, you've got Joey, you've got Vejas, basically everyone in Team Queso was doing loads of things around the rift, and I feel like more stiffness coming from the control.
Wow, Veus' damage pretty significant. We saw that fight where he took on 4 people and still got a kill. 5 TPs in this game. I don't know that I like that as part of the meta. I'm not a big fan of like playing PC League of Legends circa a year ago where everybody bought TP and there's like 3 on either side. But I mean, you know, Control couldn't really find a handle on this game. I think after that 5-minute fight, Queso just looked so good and so far ahead that I think it's just too much for them to come back from with this composition. There were a couple of moments where maybe there are opportunities, but I think Queso looked a little bit too solid, a little bit too, in the driver's seat for the entire first game of this series. And I feel like game 2 is likely to be a repeat of that one.
Could be. For now, let's see what to play of the game, and I'm really interested. I think it'd be the one over that Dragon Pit, the one where Team Queso came out victoriously. Yes, it is this one. And again, I love this one because it showed the coordination. 3 Team Queso members turning things around versus 5 members of Control right here with those ultimates. But rather than that, with the coordination to time between themselves. Again, I think this should be a textbook example of how you can come back from a not so good team fight for you.
Just everybody buy TP. just TP into the fight. It's all good. Like, just close it down. I mean, that's so much because Queso were just ahead in that engage before we even got there. Like, I think at that point there was like 10k gold lead, something like that. I didn't take notes of exactly it as we went into it. But that is game 1 in the books. That is Team Queso picking up the 1-0 so far against Control. We'll see whether Control can find some of the form they had last week against Formulation in this second game. If they can't, Control will be making their exit from the last chance qualifier without qualifying for Barcelona. We'll see whether they can bounce back in game 2 in just a few minutes.
we ready?
Welcome back, everybody, to the Wild Rift EMEA Championships last chance qualifier, and it's the last chance for Control to pick up a win here, as if they don't win this game, they will be going home. It will be the end of their season for at least the time being. We haven't had anything about what's coming after Icons Global Championships, so we have no idea. So we go into potentially that last game. Queso looked great in game number 1, and I mean, what else is there to say? No one picks Jin in the WREC. This is how do I feel? Well, I mean, we're expecting to see a little bit of Jin at some point, but it just hasn't really had the prominence that the opportunity. Maybe Joey will pick it in game 2 of this series. He's not picking 80 carries yet, but we'll see.
Wasn't he supposed to be a serial killer who wanted to kill Sona? And I think
my lore is pretty bad. All I know is he plays the violin or something like that, and is obsessed with the number 4. That's all I know.
I think.
Is it piano? Who knows? There's like the Jin the Virtuoso. God, I really should know. I was at Riot when that came out. Anyway, to save me from my own brain, Hels, what are your key points from game 1?
Thank you very much, Stress. So as much as we're asking for Joey to play ADCs, it's very likely not going to happen because it's quite obvious. Team Queso has the heavy top priority, right? Like they're playing weak side Dragon lane, they're fully focusing on the top lane, and they're doing it very well. And what I mean with top lane is Baron lane, by the way, apologies. So they're focusing on Acolyte. They're getting Acolyte very ahead in the game. You know, they gave away the Drake just to get a kill for Acolyte and get the tower. That should say enough already. It's working though. And then the opposite team, which is KTRO, is playing the complete opposite. They're playing weak side top lane and then the strong side being the Dragon lane. This is costing them a lot because they're losing the top lane very hard. You know, we saw the Camille playing with the fleet footwork. We saw her not really getting any help from Wither Zero. But she was struggling. She was really struggling against Andres and Acolyte because, they're doing the opposite thing and they're doing it very well. They're just completely destroying him. And then the next thing is, Team Queso just had an overall amazing macro game. They played the game very, very well. And I want to highlight Joey as well. He was doing a very amazing job. Being where he had to be, using the teleport when he had to use it. Just Team Queso overall, very, very well. And Andres, of course, ganking whenever he has to gank, stealing away the dragons, being at the right objective, just really making the right decisions every single time. It felt like they were just playing a chess game and they were making the right move every single time. So let's see if they can make the right moves in the next game. As also back to Carmeline and Stress to get us into the next game.
Let's see if they can. Let's see how this game goes as we're getting ready to head into picks and pans for a second game. I mean, I think Queso are going to run probably the same strategy again. Probably going to go for the likes of the Andre carry from the jungle. I think it's going to probably look very similar to game number 1, but that's how we always play it out. We'll see whether Control, who have chosen the red side again, have something a little different for us in the draft.
I hope so. I mean, I definitely hope so. But I think when you get so used to this way of playing, these compositions, it's very difficult when the new meta arrives and you have to change your entire thing, your entire style to accommodate to it. And again, that teams like Beef that have been affected by this, that teams that have been able to overcome that, like WREC, for example. But all the teams like Team Queso are showing some weaknesses in here. So let's see if Control can exploit those and capitalize on those mistakes, or if they will fall again for the same thing, which hopefully not. Hopefully we'll have a 3-game series.
Hopefully, although I think being a Team Queso fan, I would have thought you would want to 2-0 quick and move out.
I want to have fun too, okay? And 3-2, 2-1s are fun.
Yeah, no, I mean,
more mystery or something.
I'm all here for extra games and for the closest series that we can have. Set going to get banned. Team Queso this time actually banning a first ban. Not letting it expire. Karma going to be banned in basically every single game. This champion is toxic as hell. I don't know why they thought Karma needs Diana ultimate, but that's what they thought she needed, while having a massive amount of damage and utility as well in their kit. So
So fresh going over Savant to Kamulto.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we've been told like 1,000 times by Health by now. He seems to really enjoy watching Kamulto play. Sorry that you can't be here, Health. And Lulu as well. This was also the second ban for Control in the second game. And it also felt like, again, kind of counter for Olaf, for the potential banes that we might see in these games. So, again, 2 enchanters for Control and Garen for Team Queso, which I'm guessing it's a champion that played effectively, can deal a lot of damage and can really be game defining. So nothing of that sort for Clamaris.
Camille first pick. It's going to be likely. That was what it was in the last game. It's one of the easiest predictions you're ever going to make when the draft allows you to have the same first pick again. So now Control, will he go for the Rakan? I don't think it was a bad thing on its own. I just think, Gragas. I like this pivot here from Control where they say, okay, we left it open. We left it get through. We'll take it early this time and take it away. The Rakan would also make sense here if they want it.
Yeah, I think totally. Oh my God, Health's favorite champion, Corki. Yay! Maybe not.
I'm also bored of Corki, so just to put that out there, I'm pretty bored of this champion. However, we'll see what Team Queso can do, because one thing that Corki does need is time to scale into the game. And if Queso can bring another lightning fast jungle carry style, then maybe that's enough. That's an Akali picked up, and with Camille already there, that's likely Akali in the middle lane. Are they banking on Kagu being the one to be piloting that Gragas?
Maybe. Okay, well, repeating the Galio. I feel like Team Queso are going for a little bit more of an aggressive composition here, like a little bit more proactive one in comparison to one last game. And this can go really well or really badly, depending on what they decide to do around what Control is proposing here with the Gragas and the Corki. You've got quite a bit of range, you've got AP, and you've got a Fiora as well, which again, Camille Fiora, 2 of the most mythic matchups in the entire game.
Yeah, this could be Fiora jungle as well. We'll see whether Ryder Zito is the one taking that. I don't know, after losing a game quite that comprehensively, whether opting into late game is exactly what I want to see from Control. Control will ban out the Senna, obviously trying to avoid fasting Senna, Galio bot lane. I mean, I think Queso can still opt towards the Morgana if they want it, or even something like a Ziggs if it's there. It's likely to be the pick, depending on where Andre is going out of the jungle. Lee Sin's still up for now. What else is still up? Olaf would still be available for him. Kha'Zix would still be available. So there will at least be a jungle carry if Queso want it. Ooh, they actually ban out the Kha'Zix themselves.
Yeah, they just ban it, which is, again, a question to be asked later on. But now they seem to be focusing themselves. We'll see. The Olaf has gotten banned by Control in this case. It's one of the most requested picks. I'm sure he has a quite high pick ban rate. We will need to check that out, but definitely makes sense coming from Control. And there's one last pick for Team Queso that's gonna be Kagus. Yes, or you it is one of those pocket picks that you're like, just in case you think of picking that, in this extreme situation of win or go home, it's gonna get banned for sure.
Yeah, it's taken away. Rakan has fallen all the way through to this point in the draft, which if Control want to, that's a Twisted Fate, which we've seen into the Akali once, I think it was last week, we saw Twisted Fate. So Destiny's going to reveal Akali. It also allows you to match Galio's roaming potential with the ultimate. Always trying to match globals with globals. TF into that Galio works quite well. Going to allow them a lot of single target damage. Now that will reveal that Gragas cannot be in the middle lane anymore. That's going to be Twisted Fate in the middle lane. Andre gets himself the Xin Shao. That's a pick that can carry in the same way that Team Queso want from it. Black Shield, if they go Morgana, would undo a little bit about what Twisted Fate would want to do, since he has single target crowd control.
Okay, so the Sheens are once again 1v1 kind of champion. And Varus is going to be the last one to be picked in here. I'm not sure if I love this champion. I just feel like he feels a little bit bland to me when I see him in team comps. Maybe it's just me wanting some entertainment rather than just seeing the same things again and again. But again, I feel like Queso's composition is a lot more well-rounded. Let's see what Control decide to close us with. And there's a pick still to be made. Darius, in this case, I have to say I like more controls than Team Queso's.
Interesting. I find myself in the other camp. I feel like so
okay.
you've got Fiora jungle on the side of control. That means that it's going to be Kamulto's Gragas here. I think the team fight from Team Queso, or at least the ability to find a catch, is really strong. Like Camille, Galio, Akali, Xin Xiao will blow someone up very quickly, and I feel like control. Unless they can get a couple of these team fights to work early game with the Darius, I think their comp takes a little too long for my liking to kind of pick back up, knowing that Andre is looking to carry out of the jungle with a very strong early game jungler. However, Control do have some options there. They have the scaling available. They have the gold card to play around. If you pair that Darius, the TF, and the Fiora together into the top side, maybe there's a way that they can make it work.
Maybe. It will depend on how they did, and I think we're going to discover it quite shortly. But oh my gosh, I don't know. I want this game to be won by Team Queso, but again, I want Control to show up and be like, "Hey, you thought they were gonna win? My table hasn't moved here. This is not an earthquake. This is just me moving my table, by the way." But I don't know. It makes me really excited because I feel like they're more even now, and Team Queso is like either 2-0 against them or like a 2-1 and they win. So again, whatever happens, it happens. They've got one game in the pocket. Control needs to pick this other one. I'm sure they are hungry for victory right now. And we'll see.
Well, I hope they're hungry for a victory because Control need one at this point. It's win or go home for Control. Team Queso putting themselves 1 foot towards tomorrow's series. Of course, we're expecting the winner to be facing Team Dark. Or I say expecting, the winner will face Team Dark after Team Dark upset Viv Esports to start the day. Kamulto is hiding in the bush at the top lane for now. Acolyte kind of knows that might be the case. Oh, he's playing so carefully, but then Kamulto steps out of the bush and reveals himself as Team Queso. They deny that early play in the top side, and now it's Joey asserting control in the bottom lane. Not the best start for Control.
No, I mean, that strategy ran drain quite early in the game. Oh my god, I just rhymed without wanting to. But yeah, I just feel like it happened a little bit like Team Queso in last game, where you had Nathan out there with Galio hiding in the bush and then they had to back away. But in that case, I don't think Clamaris hadn't seen him. I think it was just him having time to go back in line properly. Let's see if the vision gets taken again, this time by Control, or if Team Queso is actually going to put up a fight to fight for these Scarlet Crabs. If not, we are not up to a good start. Once again, for me, vision is really important, and taking it is again priority. And I think this time they've exchanged them, haven't they?
I feel like
yes, finally.
finally they have. So at this point in the game, we've got a dive bot lane from Andre. As Josh is going to back away from this. Queso are going to dive all the way past the turret and look for the first blood. They've got it as Gragas does fall and Control can't even it back up. Kagu's trying to land the gold card, but he can't get close enough. His face is going to shroud himself and get away from this. He's waiting. He doesn't want to use the flash to get over the wall. He's actually just trying to pick something up before he backs away from this. Queso get the first blood and get themselves out.
Okay, so quite interesting play here, ending with the first blood for Team Queso right there. And what we can analyze out here is that Team Queso would have been really proactive in this one game. Control is replying to this initiative, but I feel like they're lacking a little bit of initiative themselves. Like they almost had the kills, but because they want to be so conservative, except for Josh and Kamulto, it ended backfiring a little bit. And again, I feel like they need to be more active when it comes to this kind of thing. As of now, we can also see the junglers starting to do their common pay things. You were right, rather City is the one playing Fiora in this case. And I don't know, I feel like you can see Andres already invading the enemy jungle, just hiding here, providing a good vision, a good plan for his team, for Team Queso.
Oh, he's going to fight Kamulto.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's right as Zito that drops low from that as Kamolto. I thought he was going to get caught there by
my
Andre.
gosh.
Andre will now catch him. He's a little bit closer to the tower. Here's the taunt going to land Kamolto. Surely not long for this as the Destiny Gate is going to complete from Kagu. But Kagu can't find the wild cards. Doesn't hit Methanaut. Methanaut is able to back out from this as Andre. Right as Zito is right there. And Veos will tag him for damage. What? Right as Zito actually found his way through it. Was that ward revealing Methanaut and where Methanaut chose to recall? It's Hextech Ultimatum in place as Fiora drops. It's another kill going over to Team Queso with Right as Zito picking one up before.
Okay, so how unlucky for Methanaut. I think it could have been good for them to just bait that he was there, but he could have retreated a little bit on the tower and then he would have been safe. Unfortunately, that was not the case, and now is the right time perhaps to take these objectives. We've got an Infernal Dragon, which tends to be preferred by teams in general, but it seems like both teams are really focusing on this one objective. You really want the lane pressure it provides you with, and maybe pick a kill in here, who knows?
Yeah, Queso going to secure the Rift Child for themselves. Right as Zito backing away, will drop again. Second death of the game. He of course did get one kill earlier on Methanaut, but this is one of the problems for Control, is their early game cannot hold up to what Team Queso are bringing. They needed like this Darius to work through team fights in the early game, but Right as Zito and the rest of Control just have not been able to put themselves in a position to make their early game fights work. Package comes through, Veos immediately shrouds, and that's it. That's basically the end of that exchange.
Okay, and Dragon seems to be like free real estate right now. He's living his best life, just chilling here in the retirement home until someone decides to kill him. But for now, as I said, no one is really ready to do it. They might have a little bit of vision, but as Team Queso, you don't really want to dive in head first because Control has a vision in that area. You also have vision, but teams know where each other are. So really interesting here. And here we can see the play from before. You saw how Kamolto got flanked quite easily here by Team Queso, who were hiding in the jungle prior to this, and Methanaut there just a millimeter farther away, and he will have been able to escape easily.
Yeah, he was still on that ward by the looks of it. As Methanaut, this could have been even cleaner from Team Queso, but this game is very quickly going in Queso's favor. I feel like this is a very similar moment to Game 1, where Control have fallen behind and they don't really have the mechanisms to get them back into this game. They have a selfless mid lane pick in the TF that needs to snowball one of these side lanes, and both side lanes are behind. I think it's really hard to play TF from this position without getting a bunch of picks. Jungle is behind, side lanes are behind, like support is behind. It's really, really difficult for Control to turn this back around with what they've got.
Yeah, it's something that you both highlighted during the first series, and we're talking about the difference in gold, as you said, and the optimization as well. And we are seeing loads of Black Livers, but I'll talk about it later once they're done with Clamaris, if they can do it.
Yeah, Queso should back away from here. It's Rift Herald being popped in the bottom side, so they know that they're on the weak side of the map for Queso. As Right as Zito did just dash forward into this, they will be able to take Methanaut low, force out the flash, gets the honey fruit, keeps himself alive for a moment longer, and hasn't dropped yet. Goes back into the fight with the entrances. They weren't really able to keep Methanaut alive. I think he would have been out if he'd have backed away, but on the bottom side of the Rift, Queso have already taken down a turret. That's the first turret of the game going to them, as Acolyte wants to continue this fight. One recall has already completed for Control, and that means the numbers are even up on the top lane.
Careful here, because now Control knows that Vegas seems to be the only one in the bot lane, and actually Vegas is gonna flash away.
Vegas gets the kill under turret. Solo Bolo lands, and this is gonna be Andre chasing behind, gets dropped. As Acolyte is gonna convert that first kill on the top set of the map. Hang on a second, is he gonna go for Kamolto? They pushed through the bottom lane already. Kamolto dropping low. Acolyte, maybe this isn't worth in the end unless he gets it. No, won't end up getting the kill. Didn't get the turret, but Queso, the worth comes on the other side of the map. They take the mid tower, they take 2 towers in the bottom lane, and accelerate their gold lead.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overextender by Acolyte and Dress. I know there are 2 powerful players who are right in the element and with playing Shin Zhao on Camille, but it honestly felt like it wasn't even making time for the rest of your team to destroy the towers. It was a little bit forced, if Acolyte was very insistent keeping this team fight alive, which was good because again it wins you time. But then he kept on pushing and pushing and pushing, and even if Control didn't have time to get back to the lane, you can see it here, double knock up by Andres, but his HP is not that high. He's a little bit squishy at this point in time in the game still, and Acolyte doesn't have any wall to escape as in Camille, so I don't know. Maybe they could have been saved.
We come into this out of the replay. Veus is dead, but now so is Komoto as top lane. I mean, Queso are just playing on 2 lanes right now as they feel like they're far enough ahead to be able to do this. 5,000 gold is the lead as we take the second the first top lane tower. It's the 4th tower of the game, actually, for Team Queso, as they have been able to really have dominance on the objective game.
They're playing a quite interesting 2-1-2 kind of conversation, which again lends to all that proposing here. And with this Herald is going to provide him once again with even more control, which is something that's control like the team. You don't want to see this. Because they've taken 4 towers out of you in 9 minutes, and watching this happen again, and look at this. I think this is when Vicious dies. Is it? Yes,
looks like he's about to get dove by 3 people. There's the destiny revealing through the shroud, allows him to land everything he needs.
Well, that's a pity, but he was just being attacked by 3 people at the same time. So again, a complete pity. But there you go, and that's when Komoto died. Joey Methanol
we're into another fight though, as Kagu flashed out, dropped low from that exchange, and no damage going down onto Andre right now. Kagu actually got finished off by Joey. This Varus is a little bit closer to what we've come to want from Joey. It's technically an AD carry in that regard, as Acolyte now going to get run down in the middle lane, but he's still full health, and Team Queso are taking the dragon while also contesting, forced out the stasis. That leaves Corky in a rough spot, forced to package away, and the Valkyrie is Veus is going to chase him over the wall, gets the kill. It's all Queso all the time right now. Second dragon of the game is going to go over to Andre.
2 heralds for them, 2 dragons, and honestly, I feel like Team Queso as a team is starting to click, you know. In all the games, I was like, something's missing here, some synergy, some coordination, and maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, that's going to be the catch onto Acolyte. They still have their grand challenge competing against Joey, and the timing is, as good as it's going to get for Control, but unfortunately no neutral objectives means they cannot really do too much more.
Yeah, I mean, they can pick some more the kills, but at the time being, all of Team Queso's members are in a relatively safe position. Okay, you didn't want to fight. 2 versus 4, not a good idea.
And they just want to clear the wave at this point. Taunt lands, and Methanol absorbs a bunch of that damage. 5 people in the middle lane, but with no wave there, they can't take the tower. And now it's down to Fiora getting killed right as Ito doesn't end up escaping with his life, and that's why they stuck around. That's why Methanol went in. They needed to clear the wave, and they did. They hold their tower, and despite the fact that Control just got 3 kills, it really doesn't do too much to close the gold lead.
And in fact, now you're giving them the chance, you're giving Team Queso the chance to split push a little bit, like was in here with Acolyte. You're giving them the chance to split push in top lane with Andres. You're opening so many ways for them to keep the game on, despite not having such a good team fight in the last game, and last game main in this last minute. That, I mean, kind of backfired in that full Control, who now have to fight back. They have to fight back against the waves. They need to take back some kills from Team Queso. Most importantly, they need to take some objectives, because at the time being, they haven't taken any.
Yeah, they haven't taken anything really in this game. A bunch of kills, but that is about it, as Rift Herald is going to charge into the top lane. They don't quite have the damage to finish that turret off, as Veus is going to dash backwards and exit that fight. Joey has himself the edge of Knight and is looking to kind of push forward to that turret, but Queso, they don't want to overextend. They know basically the only thing that loses this game is them going aggressive under a tower and dying. And that would allow Control back into the game, as Baron was about to spawn in 20 seconds time. Expect to see Queso push their lanes out and at least try and trap around that Baron.
Yeah, exactly what you said. It's like what happened in the first team fight, in which they just got into the enemy territory without really, like, you want to fight with what they're playing right now. You want to fight in neutral territory, like around the Herald, around Dragon, because those are spaces where Camille can execute mate him more usefully and more easily. Well, you can just plan your team fights better, which is right what Control doesn't want. Control wants to find you in the jungle alone. They want to pick those kills. So let's see if they manage to do that at some point, but probably not right now.
Easy kill for Veos to take out Jash, and that's going to open up top lane as Gold Card has locked from Kargu, but Queso, they're 3 members strong here, and the rest of the lineup for Queso are pushing through into the middle lane. They try and go aggressive onto Kamulto, can't quite find the engage they're looking for, and Veos is going to take the tower out as there's Methanol landing the taunt on 1. They want to continue this fight, although already Andre has dropped low. Joey comes in, puts some damage down, right as Zitto uses the grand challenge, and all it does is disengage from this fight. Team Queso up to 12,000 gold just about as their lead on the game.
Oh my gosh, 6 towers, all the objectives for them. Control is not being able to get in the game at any given point. Like, you look at Kago right now, and Kago has been struggling during the entire series. Rather, Zitto seems to be the only one who's been having an easier time, if anything, but not even him. 2 items complete right now, and Kamulto seems to be the objective once again. I feel for him.
Methanol and Joey were looking for that engage, didn't hit the chains of corruption. Thanks to the escape, and that means that Dragon is going to open up for them. Acolyte knows that Kamulto says on a ward. It doesn't feel like Queso can the control can really do anything to come back into this game. 5 people have committed to the top side, and it's Dragon that's falling on the other side of the rift. As long as Queso don't overextend top, they'll be able to take Dragon, force them away from the fight on top side, and then look to set up for a Baron after one of these inhibitors if they can even get it. Might just be Baron before inhibitor, depending on how the fight goes.
Could be Klimaris, might get caught in a quite. Oh no.
Forced to flash out, but it's not going to get him far enough away as Hextech Ultimatum locks him in place. Andre into the fight, gets the stasis immediately, and Corky puts some damage down from Jash as the Veos has been taken out. It's 4 against 4 for now. That's going to pull Queso back. They may just go for the Baron, but there's a lot of wards to clear out before they can ever get there. And right as Zitto is still alive, so I think it would actually be a bit of a risk to look towards Baron right now.
Yeah, also Acolyte could get found quite easily here. Okay, they seem to be planning around this with the vision and so on, just to clean it a little bit. But yeah, definitely will be a risk if they decide to take the round right now. They didn't have enough damage at the moment, and also control quite easy for them to arrive to stop it. So I think this is going to be quite a peaceful time. For Elder Barret, the Elder Dragon is about to spawn in a few seconds. Team Queso seems to identify this opportunity. They decide to start roaming, cleaning waves in the bot lane, and then let it roll. Just naturally roll and naturally cut control out of their environment or out of the element, which might be a little bit more difficult because they've been getting a little bit fed. So let's see if that works out for them.
I think the only thing in mind for control is right as Zitto's had a bunch of kills, this Corky is scaling into the game. However, this might be the catch onto Veos. He can't shroud yet because the Destiny has him revealed. In comes Methanol to save the day. Veos didn't even take too much damage from that, and Team Queso now will back off towards that Baron. Acolyte is pushing in the bottom lane. He knows that they will at least require 1 to answer, and that Apprehend did not hit. Now it's going to be the Baron focused down. That ward very well undo Queso. They did not sweep it out effectively. If Right as Zitto can get close enough, there's still 4,000 health on this. They need to defend over the wall as Right as Zitto is close. But look, he goes in. 3,000 health. They're going to burst down the Fiora, deny the attempt at the Smite Steal, and close this Baron out. It actually gets taken by Veos. Andre didn't even smite. I think he was over the wall already, fighting the rest of control from where that fight was. 2 more kills to add to the board if they can. Stasis came out. Klimaris gets knocked up. That's going to be the kill before any execute ever happens. And Team Queso are going to 2-0 their way past control. End control's run through the lower bracket, and Team Queso will be 1 step away from Barcelona. It's a showdown against Team Dark coming tomorrow to determine who's taking that spot.
Woo. Okay, it's 7 minutes once again, which is a radical difference between this and the games versus WREC yesterday, in which they got annihilated in about 14 minutes. But the things that need to be fixed still for Team Queso. Control, I think they put up a good fight in the second game, but it just, like, in the beginning they did, then they slowly started getting carried away by whatever the enemy team was proposing, and that's how they ended up losing.
Yeah, we saw a couple of moments where this Twisted Fate worked, and of course, like the Furor for Raider Zito started having an impact on the game, but I feel like it was just all too little too late on the game. Like, Queso had such a strong lead that they just kept advancing, kept getting further and further ahead, that even when Control would fight them, there was just nothing really they could do.
I keep wondering how Team Queso will do versus a team like Team Dark, in which they seem to be a little bit more out of the usual, out of the norm in terms of picks, in terms of strategies. And I'm really curious about like how will they cope with this now that they seem to be awakening, right? Now that they seem to be giving Joey the kind of picks that he works best on. Acolyte and Andres have recovered the synergy between each other. Methanoti is taking a more central role in terms of, okay, I'm not going to be shy, I'm not going to be hiding away, I'm going to be actually being more active and part of the team. And of course, Veju's integrating quite well, which is something that I've said before. I didn't feel like they were coordinating well. I feel like there was something missing in those links between the players.
I feel like for me, Queso have a very clear identity, and I think that the kind of the compositions that Team Dark like to run, where they throw you a few curveballs, I think work less when the team you're playing against has a very solid idea of how they want to play the game. I think for Viv, they've kind of the loss earlier was symptomatic of the fact that Viv have kind of lost some of the way that they played in previous patches on this patch. Whereas, like, for Team Queso, I know they're always going to draft for Andre. They're always going to give them a jungle pick that can have high presence on the top side of the map, and then it's just down to which of the three get the kills. In this game, Veos did very well on the side lane, got a bunch of kills early. Same with Acolyte. Like, Team Queso know what they got to do, and they do it pretty well compared to a lot of the teams, whereas Team Dark, I think, throw a few curveballs that probably won't be as successful in my mind.
Well, could be, could not be. Who knows who will win tomorrow, but for now we can look at damage being dealt by both of them. And even though Raider Zito was leading the team, the damage he dealt was less than Joey's, less than Acolyte's, less than Dress, and of course less than Veju's, which is already quite symptomatic of how it worked out for them. Josh was the main damage dealer for Control, and even that was just a little bit more than Joey, and that's basically it. Even Kamoto dealt more damage. I know. I feel like it was a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's another game where Joey didn't need to carry. He had a good game, like, don't get me wrong. We come out of these Queso games and I'm like, well, Joey did nothing wrong, but he didn't have to do anything particularly right.
Yeah, exactly.
is kind of how Queso go. I feel like Queso at some point will kind of unlock their bottom lane a little bit more, but that's a pretty standard game that we've seen from Queso, where they just continuously advance their lead, keep getting ahead, and they're able to close it out. And I like the way that Queso play. I like the play style they bring. I think it's different and it's refreshing, and that makes them more interesting for me to watch. To be quite honest.
Well, okay, but you still prefer Control. So,
I mean, I like Control and the players on Control. I think Komoto, especially, his Galio games early on, I think won my heart quite well. But Queso, I enjoy the way that Andre plays, and we can check out some of Andre's plays in our play of the game for the second game of the series.
She's going to be the one over at Baron. Okay, this one was game defining for the first thing, and the second thing, it was a show of Control. Almost could have made it. Their timing was a little bit off here, Stress, and I feel like that was missing for them.
Yeah, that was a risky play by Andre as well. Swapping himself out of the Baron pit when the enemy Baron, when the enemy jungler is coming in. The reason it actually ends up okay and he doesn't get punished for it is something that we saw earlier Team Dark kind of bungle on an Elder Drake, which is they stopped at 4k health. If you stop at 4,000 health on Baron, there's literally no way an enemy jungler is going to put 3,000 damage down before he smites. So Queso, a little bit risky, but at the same time, they knew exactly what they were doing. 2-0 over Control. Let's head to an interview with Elke with Hells to hear more about Queso's win.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stress. So, first of all, congratulations. This was a very easy win, right? Like, I want to ask you, how do you feel after this series? Because you first lost against WREC, but this was just a clean wipe.
It feels very well. We still have one more match before Barcelona, and we're still working for it. I think it's been a long way, and we have hit many bumps on the road. We haven't been playing to the level that we actually wanted, but I think everyone should feel really comfortable about all the work that we did in the last couple of months. To be honest, like, the guys have been putting so much effort and so much time into improving and actually feel better about what they do. So I'm so proud of them. But yeah, we need to keep improving. I think we're on the right track, and if we win tomorrow, we'll have quite some time to actually prepare for the LAN and demonstrate why we are the defending EU champions.
Yeah, definitely. And me, myself, and I'm sure the others can clearly see that you've been practicing a lot, right? Like, this was amazing. This was the Team Queso that we know. This is what we expect. The macro game was perfect and everything. So you're up against Team Dark next. And I want to talk about this team too, because we both know it's a bit of an unpredictable team, right? They came up with the Ramis in the last series. How are you feeling matching up against such an unpredictable team like Team Dark?
I actually really like playing Team Dark every single time. We have faced them many times in the last competitions. Like in Purge, we faced them twice here. It's so fun because they're a really good team and they're like really proactive players. So in general, we actually love to playing with them. We like the guys, Mario especially. Like everyone has been such a good sport for us. So. Nah, nothing. We just really like playing against them, and we think it's going to be a really fun game.
Yeah, definitely. And the crazy thing is, it's going to be like probably your most intense series up until now, because win, you go to the LAN, as you said, lose, you're out. So the nerves are going to be high. I wanted to ask about one more team, however, which is WREC, right? That's the big elephant in the room. They have really benefited from this new patch, right? Because Doom is really good at the ADCs, their Baron lane is really good. But Team Queso has some good players as well. You guys have Acolyte and Joey as well. So how are you feeling matching up against WREC? I'm going to ask you about the LAN. Like, you guys have a lot of time to practice. I assume you're going to work very hard to match up against them.
We haven't qualified yet, so I'm not gonna talk about. We still need to beat Team Dark. So yesterday, to be honest, against WREC, we had a really bad day and a really rough moment of playing. I feel like we couldn't show anything of what we practiced in the last couple of weeks. Nothing of what we were actually trying to do got well. So it was basically an off day in general, but for everything. I think against WREC it's going to be a really well-fought match. They know that we play bad yesterday. They know it as well. So
it's not the real case, though, right?
If we go to the LAN, I think it's going to be a totally different scenario. There's a few of our guys that already have the experience. They know what we do, like in the LAN, and they know that the previous process over there is so much different. Like getting there and getting the experience of going there, it's going to be beneficial for some teams, and I think we get a really high benefit out of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as you said, you guys need to practice for tomorrow's game to actually qualify for the LAN. So I want to wish you the best of luck for it. I'm rooting for Team Queso. And yeah, that's it for the interviews. Thank you very much. So back to the casters.
Thanks, Hells and Elka. Always good to hear. I'm glad that he's not too confident yet. I always don't like seeing it when everybody's overconfident that they're going to qualify, but a great interview nonetheless. Caroline, something seems to be perturbing you.
Yeah, Hells audacity. I'm rooting for Team Queso. Now you're rooting for Team Queso? No?
He predicted them at the beginning of the game. I'll back him up on that. I did too. So, you know, sometimes you just you gotta be predicting with the old noggin, and that's what Hells and I did today. Unfortunately, wrong about the first series. Anyway, let's take a look at our MVP of that series. I mean, it's a Queso game, and Queso drafts everything and play everything around Andre. So basically, Andre gets the MVP, because when you get all the resources, of course you do.
Okay, so really well deserved, but I really hope one day we can say the MVP is Joey or Methanote, because that'll mean that they are actually just fitting quite properly into the team, right? Like, I want to see every single one of them getting an MVP.
I mean, it's hard to do that, I think, because if Joey and Methanote are fitting into the team, which I think they already are, then Andre looks like the superstar.
I
That's
mean,
not to say
yeah.
that Methanol and Joey aren't good players in their own right. I think the entire Queso roster is good, but I think when you're specifically playing for one player, I mean, for those of you that watch League PC as Hells comes back, it's the kind of thing like when you have a player like Reckless on your lineup, you're playing everything for Reckless and he plays well, he's every time going to win MVP. And that's what Queso happens. It's like, how can we not give it to Andre when he has a good series like that? Hells, your thoughts on that series before we close the day out?
Yeah, I actually want to give thoughts on what Carmeline said earlier, because yes, I am a Team Queso fan. It's just KTRL has a special place in my heart because I have a really good friend in it. But I've always loved Team Queso. Since I did an analyst thing for the Origin Series, I predicted that Team Queso was going to win, which they won, by the way, because they qualified for the Horizon Cup. And yet again, I am rooting for Team Queso, and I have the right to say it, Carmeline.
What about WREC versus Team Queso? Who did you vote for in that one?
WREC
You voted
Queso?
for WREC.
No, but that's with the head. My
Yeah, that's
heart is
voting with your
Queso.
head.
Same today. I did the same today. I voted for Queso, which was with my head, but my heart was with KTRL.
It's true. It's true.
You traitor.
And for those of you that have listened to Hells, he's been talking about how much he's enjoying like watching Joey on Queso for like before we even started. Like at every meeting coming into this season, it was like Joey. Anyway, I'll back you up. I know you're a Queso stan at heart, Hells. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where things filled up, because we've lost 2 more teams from the lineup. So Team Dark with the upset win over Viv. I think we were all expecting Viv to make it to Barcelona, making the exit. Control dropping 2-0 to Team Queso. I think the biggest news today is Viv not going to be at Barcelona. We all expected them to make it there, but Carmeline, that was a really impressive win in our first series of the day. The fact that Viv's just not going to be there. Team Dark looked really good.
I know, and I'm worried about what they can do tomorrow, like in terms of picks, in terms of how distracting they can be in comparison to the rivals, you know. So I don't want to say anything. I'm going to vote for Team Queso still, but who knows?
So we have 3 matches coming to you tomorrow. It's Team Dark versus Team Queso, WREC versus Formulation. That's our European teams rounding things out. Then we'll see Unicorns of Love take to the Rift for the first time from the... I don't know exactly how we're referring to it, but it'll be Unicorns coming in to the day tomorrow. I'll find out exactly what we're doing before we do that tomorrow. I feel like we're all ready for that matchup as well. So lots still to happen on the road to Barcelona. We've said goodbye to 2 more teams. I'm going to say goodbye to you all at home, and also goodbye to Hells and Carmeline. Thank you very much for joining us today. We'll be back with 3 best of 3s tomorrow. It's going to be a long day of games, but looking forward to it nonetheless. We shall see you here tomorrow.